No, little one.
Yes.
Okay, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor and member of councils. I probably won't take more than 3 minutes. I'll probably take a minute. So just want to remind before you go into closed session, that's the last couple time that we had about like several hundred people show up. Apparently the timing is kind of odd for them today. They will show up later after you come out of the closed session. The item I want to remind us, I've never seen that much of the effort to oppose the casino proposal by the tribe. And I think it's time, the debates have been going on for the last several weeks, so it's time to put it at rest. Go back to the proposal is very, very, I heard from today from Council Mark Rosen mentioned on the radio that you think they have a lot of hurdles to go through, a lot of legal hurdles to go through, and I think that's true. I believe Council Bruce Broadwater already mentioned that no casino on Harbor Boulevard, and that's, I think that's, you have put so much time, so many years to clean up the Harbor Boulevard. I think that should stand. Council Woman Nguyen's already mentioned that the casino may not be the right proposal for the city. And I hope that the mayor will listen to all the members and also decide put the casino proposal away. One more thing, the proposal was mentioned like $5.1 billion for the next 30 years or 50 years, and it is too good to be true. And it's not true at all. I hope you think that way. I remember like 20-some years ago when there was some debate during presidential of Ronald Reagan and another, I believe that's the president at the time was the President Carter. They keep talking about where the beef. If no beef, we cannot make a hamburger. I think that should be considered. So, however, want to remind, I suggest that before you go to closed session, you should consider all the other options carefully. Don't rush. But at least the casino option should be put away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to discuss anything regarding the items in closed session? Yeah. Well,
we're going to talk about that piece of property in closed session. We're going to list a number of different
possible
proposals.
projects. So if you want to come forward and speak, go ahead. Okay.
Actually, my name's Artie Herod, and I've lived here for 54 years. And was trying to think of whenever I wanted to go have a good time, go to a concert, go dancing, I always have to go out of Garden Grove all the time because we have nothing here for adults to do. I mean, I'd like for council to maybe let me know if there's some place that you go here and have a good time other than go to dinner, maybe go dancing or spend a couple dollars on a slot machine, have fun with your friends. I think it's sad. I do. I really think it's sad that there's nothing here. And is it not, do we not need the revenue from this? Do we? Is Garden Grove sitting good that we don't need the revenue or the jobs? I felt really bad that the Asian community came in and said that they were worried about their families falling apart. I do. I feel real sad about that. But I don't think that it's our place to have to hold their hand either. I think a lot of people go and have a good time at a casino and don't lose their homes, are responsible. And I just think it'd be really good for Garden Grove, instead of being Garbage Grove, to be Garden Grove, to be on the map. I mean, people in Irvine are willing to have this. I don't think Anaheim's opposed to Garden Grove having a casino. And if Anaheim probably wasn't so family orientated, they would already have a casino. I just hate to see Garden Grove think that this is bad, because I think people in Garden Grove are responsible enough not to lose their homes or to go broke over a casino in our backyard. But I think it would be really good. It would put us someplace. We have really nothing here. We don't have any golf courses. We've got theaters everywhere, restaurants, but we don't have anything here to offer adult people to go to and have a good time. And I think it's something that we need, and I know we need the revenue. If we don't do it, somebody else is. One of our neighbors are going to do it, and then we're going to look back and wish we would have and that we should have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak at this time or after? I'd like to speak about the temple, if I may. Okay. Come on down.
I do believe, my name is David Lawther-Warren. I live at 12251 Hampton Avenue. I've been there for 44 years. Garden Grove is a highly religious community with all its religious buildings, temples, churches, synagogue, you name it, we got it. We don't need any more. If we allow another temple to come in, we don't want it on Main Street where we get no revenue for it. I believe somebody said somebody in our council was being paid off to vote for this temple that they're trying to put on Garden Grove and Euclid, Garden Grove and Brookhurst. I hope that's not true. If it is true, I hope you get found out. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you fill out a card?
Yes, I did.
No, not you. Did you fill out a card?
No.
Go fill out a. If you.
I am in the Garden Grove. Business in here. Would you please can I ask you something to speak?
Then fill out a card while I'm calling other people. If you're speaking about one of the issues that's going to be handled in closed session, they've already filled out cards, sir. They have already filled them out. That's why I have them here and I'm calling their name.
I'm come too late, you know.
Yeah, get one from the city clerk. Richard Prinzler.
What's your item that you want to speak on?
I want to register to speak something.
On what?
Huh?
On what?
On today, hot meeting for today. Because I am
Good evening,
business
Go ahead.
Mayor, Council.
You'll have to.
I am for the casino. True, what they've proposed to us right now doesn't look good, but let's give it a chance. If we don't take it, if you read the newspaper, you will see that Long Beach, Inglewood already is negotiating. There's another little town here that I told one of the councilmen, if we don't take it, you watch, they will. To give you a good example on that, when you put in the hotels over here on Chapman and Harbor, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever, 5? Before you put in the hotels, where the trailer court is, you were going to put in amusement concession, an eatery and so forth. You mentioned that 1 week. The very next week, the city of Anaheim said, we are building one over there by the pond, and they did. I never seen nothing come across from the council on film or anything that said we authorized them to go ahead and put the hotels and that in there where they've got, but they were put in. And I say right today, we should go ahead and do it. This here people get up here and tell you about how bad casinos are. They haven't been to too many casinos, believe me. I've been to quite a few of them around here, from San Diego to Vegas. And anytime you have a casino that is bad, it is where it has been constructed. And I'll give you one in particular, and that is Hawaiian Gardens. When they put in that club and so forth there, that used to be a bingo parlor, and they had big troubles there when they first put it in. But I think they've got it straightened out now. And these other casinos, I have gone and turned around and won a little bit of money. Sure, I give a little bit of money. But if I had any doubt in my mind that somebody was going to rob me, I went right up to the security, and security said, just a minute. And they brought a car down with 2 security people, and they would turn around and they would put me in a van and escort me to my car. And they said, okay, now if we see anything trying to follow you out of here, we will stop traffic. This is how far they will go ahead and help you people. I understand the Vietnamese community pertaining to their gambling. That is their, what do you want to say, your way of life, or your, from ancestry, from way, way back, they used to gamble. And they still do. Caucasians do. You go down in Texas, and there ain't nothing to turn around and pull up to a filling station or a little country store and go in there, and the guy will hand you a beer, and you go in the back room and sit down and play dominoes. And you know there's some wages bet. So if the Vietnamese have the trouble with this problem, I think they should turn around and go to their leaders and get it resolved. But don't take that privilege away from us so our city can become better. Thank you.
Thank you. Artie Herod.
She spoke already.
Oh, okay. Tony Beretta. Yeah, they'll be able to.
I'm going to go use the men's room. I didn't realize we were going to be doing this. I'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name's Tony Beretta, and I've lived in the city for 32 years.
Mr. Beretta, could you please pull your speaker down?
Okay? Oh, sorry. I lived in the city for 32 years. I like Garden Grove. I'm going to stay here. But we have nothing here. There are no shopping centers. There are no anything for anybody to do. The casino would give us many things, many venues, open up a lot of jobs, give us revenue, and we need the revenue. With the hotels and condos going in and all the people, the influx of people, we're going to need it. We have nothing here to support it. Well, I think it would be a waste to say no, and it could do a lot of good for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on the closed session items? Okay. Seeing no one speaking on those, I'm going to close oral communications. We are going to adjourn to closed session. When we come back, that item will be discussed later in the agenda.
I still want to speak on the casino.
It's going to be discussed later on the agenda. Okay. Who?
The man in the green shirt.
Well, we've closed it twice now.
Yeah. Let's.
When they come back in, there'll be more speaking. Yes.
I'm serious. I saw him about 25 years ago.
Okay, so I may put the projector right there. Yeah, I think so. We'll just wait. Okay. What's the action too long? Everybody keeps studying it, or they're gonna. Through the city.
Trước khi anh lên anh cầm. Anh lên anh đưa con cho mấy thằng.
Guys in our field guys, live guide, so it's been kind of all out there. Stuff was for a while.
Thì cho nó bị nhớ được không mình nó không cần làm gì hết.
Yeah, when you look at
Em vô cái chân này. Đang nhiều lên.
He's not up there, but I left word as soon as he gets in. They're not going to be back in till I'm sure it'll be after 6:30 because they just now went in to close. Yeah, it's going to be running a little late tonight. Yeah.
So now, when is the Orange County up on the?
Okay. Well, when they come back in,
So we can get John out so he doesn't.
we'll have the prayer and the pledge. He's before the rest of the oral communication.
Okay.
So as soon as they come in, it won't be long till you'll be on. Okay. I mean, unless the mayor makes a change.
Just in case.
Okay.
Are you like putting these in some kind of order?
Oh, yeah, I just... There it is.
Do they set up their projector right here?
Yeah, they'll see it on there. It'll be transmitted on their laptops.
Oh, it will be. So where would John set up his
And
projector here?
okay, this isn't a computer.
Yeah, I have a computer
Oh.
projector.
Okay, well we need Gus here, but like I say, we got some time. So, yeah, because I don't know how this.
I think Zach had said that Gus was supposed to meet us here like
She's not upstairs, but Kathy's up there, so if he walks in there, she'll send him down there. Yeah.
The microphones are still on. I think I heard you in the A. Oh, was not Les here? Okay, mute off.
안녕하십니까. 김덕수입니다. Good evening, everyone. I am Samulori Kim Doksu. We are very happy to be here for the amphitheater with 김웅아 댄스 컴퍼니. LA에 오래간만에 왔습니다. 건강들 하시죠? 오늘 첫째 프로그램은 엊그저께 추석이었죠. 그래서 여기는 촛불도 못 피고 소방법 때문에. 그렇지만 첫 프로그램을 우리 모두가 더불어서 잘 사는, 전쟁 없이 평화를 기원하는, 특히 우리 남북 평화 통일을 기원하는 비나리부터 준비했습니다. I would like to make ceremony for world peace, especially peace united in Korea. 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
낭생여국 태민알법 연자시완연풍 돌아들고 일시한양 흥국시 삼각산기봉하고
Okay, we'll have the invocation by Les Jones, the Assistant City Manager, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Broadwater.
Dear Lord, we ask your blessing over this meeting. In the midst of a busy and complex world we live, let your will be clear and let your will be done. Amen.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, if it pleases the City Council, before introducing a moment of silence, I'd like to briefly reflect on today's 6th anniversary of the 9/11 attack. 6 years ago today, a world, a country, and a community mourned the tragedy never before seen. Nearly 3,000 lives were lost, but 3,000 lives that left behind memories still in the hearts and minds of all Americans. The innocent victims, the brave heroes, and those who perished coming to their aid. Tonight, Garden Grove remembers the fallen along with the families, friends, loved ones, and survivors of 9/11. We honor their sacrifice, their courage, their spirit, and their memory with a shared moment of silence. Could I please ask the audience to stand for a moment of silence? Thank you.
Okay, we did have a presentation, however, that's going to be rescheduled, is that correct?
Yes.
From the Orange County Water District? Okay, I'll open oral communications. You can ask the clerk, didn't I announce no action taken?
Yes. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Made me wonder. I thought I did. Yes, I announced both. Thank you. Janet Nguyen. Supervisor Janet Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor Dalton, City Council. It's always nice to be back at home. I wanted to echo what Mr. Les Jones has mentioned. I think I wanted to remind us not only did we lose, we need to be remembered that on September 11th, we as Americans stood side by side and fought for what's right. And those, not only, we always talk about our men and women out there serving the country, but on September 11th, it was tested among Americans, regular civilians who came out and sacrificed their life to save the others at the Pentagon and so many other areas. But thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just came from since 8:30 this morning to a little over 5:30, we had a board meeting in the city of Santa Ana board meeting. So I completely understand that you might have a long night today too. So I understand and I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to say a few words in regards to the proposal that's in front of you today. Honorable Mayor Bill Dalton, Council. The idea of an Indian gaming resort in Garden Grove is not a new one. There had been secret negotiations involving some previous council before I became a member in 2004. While on the council, I have consistently opposed any proposal to bring a casino into Garden Grove. Now that I no longer serve on the council, it's only been about 5 months, talks of the casino have returned once again, although this council appears to be more open about possibilities supporting the concept. Orange County is a family-oriented community. We have taken great pains to reduce the number of adult entertainment and adult bookstore establishment in Garden Grove, especially on Harbor Boulevard. Our development strategy over the years have been to maintain a high quality of life for our people. In addition, given Garden Grove's proximity to almost all major tourist destinations in Orange County, whether it's Disneyland, Little Saigon, Korean Business District. Garden Grove has grown into a major destination in itself. Yet a new plan proposes to create a multi-million-dollar casino in the heart of Garden Grove, merely a couple of miles from Disneyland and directly adjacent to many residential neighbors. This plan is seriously flawed, and the benefits promised are unreachable. In Orange County, there are many examples of good development that have turned out well. Planned communities with access to freeways, schools, friendly family parks, and customer-friendly shopping are examples of planned development that benefit all. Cities should adopt policies that promote development and allow businesses to thrive. Garden Grove has much to offer to both residents and businesses. I know, and you know, with easy accessibility to all major freeways in Orange County, 405, the 5, 57, 22, even the 605. It is close to Disneyland, Anaheim Stadium, Honda Center, Knott's Berry Farm, and Anaheim Convention Center. Garden Grove is home to the Crystal Cathedral. By pursuing a more business and friendly atmosphere, Garden Grove will bring in much more tax revenue into the city and provide a better quality of life for our citizens. A casino that is both out of character for our historic town and built on a lawyer's empty promise of scholarship for our children and upscale shopping is a prime example of redevelopment that is looking into a train crash. Bringing gamblers, many of whom are addicted and desperate to our city, will invite trouble into our home. The connection between gambling and crime, both organized and random, is well documented. With the so-called upscale entertainment complex surrounding the casino, we can also expect that prostitution will once again come back to Harbor Boulevard. I come here in front of you today not to speak before you as a county supervisor, but as a citizen and a resident of the great city of Garden Grove. I come here to speak to the ills that gambling will bring, and I speak from personal experience. I have seen the consequences of gambling addiction firsthand in my own family. And it's not easy for someone like myself to come here before you and say this. I have witnessed families being torn apart and children having to fend for themselves because their parents were taken away by gambling addiction. That is why I am here, a Garden Grove resident, a graduate of Garden Grove High School, appealing to you to not bring gambling into this great city. Let's look to new ideas for bringing new revenue to the city. Without raising taxes, old ideas like casino are bad policy. Revenue can be pursued without changing this landscape or character of this great city and can definitely be achieved without a casino. With that in mind, as you know, I am here. I've always been and will be for the future on to support whatever Garden Grove and the county can do to help you. We have brought back millions of dollars to this city since I've been on board for a little over 5 months. We are able and willing to assist Garden Grove to find a better avenue, whatever we can to assist you. Again, thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Thank you. Javen Arsdale. Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Arsdale, Mayor Pro Tem Rosen would like to make a comment.
Yeah, just briefly, I'd like to address Supervisor Wynn.
No, please
no.
no.
The comments you made tonight are consistent with the strong position you took on the council against a casino in Garden Grove, and you were a forceful speaker while on the council. I just want to thank you for your efforts as supervisor over the last 5 months. As you mentioned, you have obtained millions of dollars for the city in park money and in transportation money, and I thank you for that. And also, as a supervisor, you sit on the OCTA, Orange County Transportation Authority Board of Directors with me, and you've been a good ally for Garden Grove on OCTA, and I thank you for that as well.
I guess I should thank you then, because we were just talking this morning about some more money that's going to come to Garden Grove, and we're working on some projects that is certainly going to assist. So, and it is nice, since we're taking a moment to praise Janet Nguyen. I do want to thank you because it's been a long time. We've gotten some monies before, but now that we have direct representation from somebody who came from within, from our city, it's going to make the city a better place, and hopefully we're going to have a lot more money to do a lot of other projects within the city. And for that, I thank you for what you've done so far and what you're going to do, Janet. Thank you. Okay, Jay Van Arsdale.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jay Van Arsdale.
Jay, raise the mic. That's good.
My name is Jay Van Arsdale. I live in Westminster at 13722 Milton. I've been towing for the city of Garden Grove and the citizens and law enforcement for 40 years. The reason I'm here tonight is to urge you to approve the contract for the police towing. I've been working without a contract or rate increase for 5 years. Some of you have concerns the new towing contract, and you have concerns with the new towing contract, and you tabled it for 30 days. We've not had a price increase for 6 years, and my costs considerably over the last few years have gone up, with employee and benefit costs, equipment costs, and you know what fuel's been doing lately. It's been over 6 months since we submitted our proposals, our RFP, and we are definitely overdue for a contract. I spent thousands of dollars complying with this new RFP so we would qualify. We're still waiting to hear from the city. You tabled it 60 days ago now. I'm curious, is there any progress on this or anything to report? I'm a businessman providing service to the city 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, holidays, rain or shine. If there's anything that I can do to help expedite this process, to answer any questions or meet with you guys individually to get a different point of view from the towing side, please give me a call. I appreciate your time. It looks like you're going to have a long night here, so I will thank you. And
thank you. Verlin Lambert.
I would like to address the council tonight, Mayor and council staff, in reference to the agenda on August the 28th on item 9A. I have read the proposal. I found that there are two parts. This is about the city charter, sorry. I found that there are two parts to the proposal. The first part of the city charter. The second part was council districts for the city, which districts weren't even mentioned in the title. This is not good. The city charter and the council districts should stand on their own merit. I am glad to see that the council is looking into districts. The issue I see, should the districts be set up by population or by registered voters? If you go by population, who would be setting up the district? The city council and staff who already have their own political agenda and handpicking, or a handpicked group by the city council. By using registered voters system, districts under the general law, using existing precincts, you would get better representation over the whole city. The only ones who can truly vote for a council member in their district are the ones who are registered voters, 18 years or over. We would have more current 2006 voters registration to work with. rather than the 2002 census to work with. The city charter and city districts should stand on their own merit. They should be two separate proposals, as both will bring a major change in the city. I know you will say you do this because of cost, but yet you will spend $310,000 to have someone tell you about the leaky roofs and the city buildings who are in disarray. If I say, it was said that the city charter would get less hassle from the state. If you play by the rules, hassle is to a minimum. There should always be checks and balances in the government. What's the rush? We have until October the 14th to get this on the ballot. We should have open debates on this proposal. I caution anyone voting for this charter until you have read and understand the city constitution that should be prepared for all of the residents before you vote on it. This should go before panels of residents to see what the city charter, if we need a city charter, and if we do, what needs to be in it. The residents need to have a say and time to look it over. This is not a 60-minute SETCOM that needs an answer within the hour. You do work for the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joshua Matua.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Joshua Matua. My address is 11312 Mack Street, Catella, Magnolia. July 4th, my house was a victim of fireworks and it burnt. It was sad to see that a lot of people, didn't back the proposal to not have fireworks. We had more cameras there than we had city council members there, at the house, even today, 2 months later. I've slept on the floor at my buddy's house. I've slept in motels. Red Cross didn't even come out to the 10th of July. I've lost everything. I've lost all these clothes that you see on me is donated. I've lost baby stuff. I've had a lot of donations from a lot of friends. I can only ask you, city council members, to put it to the people. Fireworks safety. I mean, you guys had $1,000 fines for whoever's blown up illegal fireworks. That money should be used to fireworks safety, or education to the young folks, to the elementaries, junior highs, and high schools. It'd be sad to see that money used for something else like street repairs, where that money is, being fined to the people who are blowing up fireworks. I can only ask you to put on the ballot, have the people vote on it. I know that there's people out there that have do fundraisers with fireworks. Baseball teams, football teams. I can only tell them, their entry fees need to be raised up more to where they don't need to have these little fundraisers. High schools, what they do is they promote. They sell shoes to try to raise money for their equipment. I see other things that the high schools do that, some of these little leagues or AYSOs do or should be doing. They should have fireworks at the Bolsa Grande. There's a stadium right across the street. I don't know, there's houses too close there, but Bolsa Grande, one big area. I'm at Disneyland. They have a lot of great fireworks, but like I said, the biggest thing right now is the mortars and the flares that are flying up in the air July 4th. And, me being one of two houses in Garden Grove that, that burnt. I mean, right now I'm in Westminster. I'd rather be in Garden Grove right now. I'd rather be home with my kids, raising my kids in Garden Grove. I love Garden Grove. Right now, I'm in Westminster. I'm from a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom house, or a 3-bathroom house to a studio 1-bedroom kitchen. It just, I'm really, I'm crying every day. I can only ask, that you take heed with me and, try to look through my eyes and see that, maybe there's things that could be done. If you can't do it this year or next year, maybe you could eliminate the Piccolo Pete's. That could all fireworks that could be modified. Piccolo Pete's, ground balloon flowers, where you could put wings on it, let it, you see it all on the internet. If you could try to modify the charter to where they can't bring that in, and slowly decrease, the fireworks coming in. Like I said, it's revenue coming in, but then again, it's like you see Girl Scouts selling cookies. You see high schools having car washes. If you look at fireworks, what are the advantages of fireworks? 5 minutes of, poof, and then you got sulfur in the air. It's just, like I said, I would have loved to be here and just say, I think I voted for you, sir, and I just wish I would have saw some of you guys out there at my house. I was out there, and like I said, there was more news cameras than anything, in my face and asking me how I felt. I couldn't tell you how many tears I shed, because I was sleeping in the house while the fire was going on. And I just hope that you guys will put it on the ballot to eliminate fireworks altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Wynn. Ann Wynn. On Purdy Street?
That's me.
Okay.
That's me.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, City Councils, City staff. My name is Ann Nguyen. I have been living in Garden Grove almost 20 years. And I and my family living there also. And today, those years I have been living there, I saw the city is growing and everything in positive way and really good and grow the way I see it, and I'm really happy about it. But some business proposed like going to have the casino in our city, and I'm really concerned about it too, because when the casino win, and you have to know somebody had to lose it, right? And when you losing, most people will be losing in here in Garden Grove. That's because the casino will reside in our city. The only thing is I am here to express our concern is I really would like to say the council would reconsider to vote against those. And that's our main concern. And the next thing is I would like you have this room made larger, bigger. Thank you.
We'd like that too.
Yes. Dr. Robert Lee Tran Trung. Dr. Robert Lee Tran Trung. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's no problem.
Hello. Yes, Mayor, William Dalton, and all the councilmen. I'm so sorry, my English is not too good. Will you please forgive to me if I make some mistake, please? My pronunciation not too good, please. I am Dr. Robert Lee Tran Trung. Would you please let me introduce for myself? Thank you. I am a billionaire in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia before. With my family before 1975 at Indochina. This means Vietnamese and Laos and Cambodia. You know, my family before 60 years ago, our family, we are owner of the casino in Saigon City, of Vietnam. The name is Dai Thế Giới Kim Chung. It's the mean that Vietnamese. They say it's a casino. Yeah, the big casino and the entertainment. And even in the Cambodia, in Pol Pot, Phnom Penh, and even in Laos. Now, in here I am, the businessman. The first of all, I want to say to thank you all of you to welcome us to come in the United States, to be the refugee. You are to welcome us. Almost 30 years until now, we fast. We thank all of you to welcome. And now we feel we stable in the America, and we successful with our children. Everything they grown up. Almost 32 years. Right now, I stay in the Garden Grove city, and Westminster. 30 years ago, I've been in Westminster City too. Today, I just out of the strike. I just come back. I get for the newspaper. Then I hear about this. I read it. I know. I'm so hurry coming here. That's why I come too late. Will you please? I agree with all of who are to say no casino in this county. Because when we get the casino, will you please, won't upset this. I know it is the entertainment. It is the one to help for our to relax. But I know with my family experience, my knowledge before when I was young, my father, he owned the casino in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. Oh, wow. The new, after maybe 1 month, 2 months, some people, they get something not right. They get gang, they get something because they lose money. They go to kill themselves. They do something that's too bad. It's so. I know about that. I'm sure, will you please, with our county, I think this is a good county, the Orange County. We have an entertainment for the Disneyland, like supervisor, she say, for the Knas Farm, and more place for entertainment. It is enough. And the casino, we had to close right on the LA, Northwell, right on San Diego, right on somewhere. If who are want to that game, that's be all right. If you enjoy this, then they have money to plan. They spend the money. All right. For the happy, everything, they can write to there. But this county, this nice county, I'm so proud. 30 years I live in here. 32 years. That reason. And now I want to say, do you believe this very nice county? And almost.
Okay, excuse me for a minute. I just want to remind everybody, when the red light goes on, I'll allow you a little bit more time. But
all right.
Everybody has been sticking to 5 minutes, so normally when the red light goes on, that's the end of it.
Thanks, man.
If you can wrap it up,
yes.
please.
And I want to say, will you please, who you make a recall? I have some idea. Because I hear on the newspaper, they say, you have a 35 acres want to sell on the city, right? I have a business in the Garden Grove City. before with your invitation. I have an idea. If I can, will you please let me to buy it, the property?
okay.
I will make for the entertainment. Something out.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, please.
Okay, you can contact the city manager's office tomorrow, and if you're inquiring about a piece of land or something, go ahead and do that. But we really have to get on. I've got this many people that want to speak, and you have gone over. Okay.
Will you please?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Dr. Long Pham.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and member of the City Council. My name is Dr. Long Pham. I'm a resident of Fountain Valley, and I'm also Executive Director of California Business and Education Foundation, an organization where we have a lot of members who live in your city of Garden Grove. I'm here tonight to testify regarding the casino development in Garden Grove. I'm here to offer...
Excuse me, would you start the time again, please? It's on red. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here to offer my opposition to the plan for casino development in Garden Grove simply because the plan is lacking a sound environmental impact study. In addition to that, on another related issue that caught my attention in the last council meeting when Council Member Bruce Broadwater introduced his proposed charter for the city. I would like to offer our comment on that because our group has been studying the proposed charter for some time, and we think that there are some serious issues that we need to bring into the City Council. Number one, in a typical council and manager form of city government, when you have a council member that elected by a district, like the proposed charter want us to have, the power of the council member will be weakened by that charter because the council member now represent only a small group of people rather than representing the whole city. If you have that situation, there could be some council members saying that, look, I'm not representing you. You are not in my district. Go away. That will cause a division within the city. I think that is bad for our city. We don't need the division. Number two, the effective day of the term limit set in the charter will allow both the mayor and council member to reset the clock for the term limit, which means that the people who will be on the way out next year will be eligible to stay for more than 10 years. I think that is unfair. I think that is going against the wish of the voter in the city because they have voted for the term limit. And if you are allowed to stay for two terms and you are up for term out next year, please don't do that. Because this is the charter, the strategy in the charter is only to use the districting issue to disguise the extension for the term limit, which is wrong. This is a clear example of how the interest of the city could be compromised to preserve the seat of some council member who want to stay on the council for a lot longer. This kind of government corruption, we didn't see that here. We didn't expect to see it here. We came from Vietnam, and even back then, we didn't have that over there. This only happened in a corrupted country, in a third world country like the communist government in Vietnam. Please don't let it happen here in the United States of America. We are proud of this country. We are proud of the city of Garden Grove. And I have a lot of friends and relatives who live in the city because they think this is a wonderful place to live. And although I don't live in the city of Garden Grove, I came here often to do business here in the city. And city of Garden Grove is something really warm, really close to me. And I guess, I'm sure that will be, the city of Garden Grove will be something very close to many of the people who live in surrounding city. In conclusion, I would like to remind you that many of you who was here last year to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the city, I'm sure you was proud to be the council member, to be a resident in the city of Garden Grove. I hope you still remember that feeling, that proud feeling, and I hope you are not ready to let the city of Garden Grove to be called the Sin City. With all respect due, I have the obligation to inform the council that, if the proposed charter is approved by the city, our group will immediately start the process to recall any and all council member who vote to approve that charter. I have 5 copies of the recall procedure obtained from the Orange County Registrar of Voter. I would like to leave with the city clerk for all the council members for your information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Pham.
My name is Mary Pham, and Dr. Lang Pham is my speaker.
Are you going to allow that?
Yeah, I think Mary is just going to express what I say. Thank you very much for the time that you reserved for her.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Vinh Nguyen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all council members of the city. Once again, I am very honored to be here today to say some words on behalf of the Vietnamese community of Southern California. I am Dr. Vinh Nguyen, the president of the Vietnamese community. During the previous session, we already expressed our idea representing for most of the Vietnamese community in the Southern California to oppose the project to build the casino in the center of the city, in the dense populated area, build an easy access. I think casino is a natural, is good, but it's far away over the center population. The casino in easy access for everybody in here, I think this is a serious thing. We already recommend you to reconsider very seriously before to make any decision, because we have to make the right choice for the future generation. We have to be responsible for our future generation, because once the big casino like that size is established, it's very, very difficult for all of us to fix it if every negative happen. Many studies show us that, and real life already shown, we know a lot of negative of casino gambling. So, like, family damage, bankruptcy, poverty, killing, and burglary, thefts, and even suicides. So this is a lot of a negative social effect. Oh, I just one shot here. And once again, I come here to sustain the idea of the Vietnamese community to oppose the plan to build the casino in the dense populated area in the heart of the city of Garden Grove. That's the first thing I want to mention. The second, I just heard about the charter city. I don't have a lot of information about that. But, personally, I didn't find any positive points for that plan. Some negative first appear in my thoughts. First of all, as Dr. Long Pham just said to you, this one may to make the role of the elected official smaller than right now. Another one, we have to spend a lot money for the paperwork, and another one is 50 years the city of Garden Grove also be mature and grow with this plan. So I think another one is that the city of Garden Grove, relatively smaller city. It's not big like Los Angeles. So I think, we keep this plan. This is our first thought. If we have some information, we have some more idea about that. Once again, thank you very much for us to have this podium to present the idea of the Vietnamese community. I also understand your duty to find a way to build up the city. You have to find the money for the city. This is good. But, we have to reconsider some other measure. Also, get this money and leave the less negative effects, possible negative effect for the future generation. This is all thing I want to express with you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Artie Harrod.
I think she spoke earlier.
Yeah, well, there's two cards in here. So one, I think, was for the original, the items that were closed session, and then the other one, Artie Harrod? Okay. Janice Zemmel.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Janice Zemmel. I live at 5911 Calle Principia in Anaheim. I'm here representing Action Southland Towing. I have a little statement to make. I guess I probably picked the wrong night to speak, but it'll deviate from what's going on here. Upon receipt of our RFP issued 12/22/06, we began making many improvements to our location, spending tens of thousands of dollars on things such as increasing the size of our inside storage, adding security surveillance cameras to the inside storage, the office, and to the building for the exterior, new fencing and new asphalt, not to mention a new truck. Our goal was to exceed the qualifications outlined in the RFP to better our chance of being at the top of the list of companies in competition for the contract. All the tow companies involved had equal opportunity during this 120-day proposal schedule to qualify according to the RFP specifications. The companies that were recommended also added a $4 million excess general liability insurance policy per the contract, requiring a total of $5 million, and continue to pay this excess. The premium is anywhere from $15,000 to $35,000 yearly, depending on the amount of trucks they own, in addition to their already $1 million original policies. On July 10th, 2007, the contracts to be awarded were on the City Council agenda, item number 6.G. Due to dissension from several companies contending that the bid process was unfair, the City Council voted to continue this item for 1 month. It has been 2 months now, and there has been no communication from City Council or staff as to the status. Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council members, of one of the staff recommended companies, Action Southland Tow, would like to officially inquire into the letting of the contracts under RFP number 01-1138.
We're not, this is not a...
I understand.
Okay.
But I would like...
Okay, are you finished? Okay, thank you very much. Robin Macario.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and Garden Grove residents. I just wanted to come and request a couple of things from Council. If it would be in fact possible to put the proposed charter on the new updated website so that you can have more people view it, and also Councilmember Broadwater, to put the proposed map of the actual proposed council districts so that more people can have a look at it on the website and download it and be able to constructively give some comments. I also wanted to say that the possibility of putting a citizens committee between now and the next council meeting. I think that that same 2-week time frame is what you put together to review the water rates, which I think were very constructive. It was a great committee, had lots of input, and I hope that you felt the committee was able to give you a bit of input and perhaps some alternatives. And I think that that option, including some civic and religious leaders, service clubs, neighborhood associations, Chamber of Commerce, in order to explain and incorporate the views of a diversity of people to better come up with a better proposed charter. I would like to see that. I'm kind of concerned with the way in which a charter could conceivably change the requirement for the paying of prevailing wages for city contracts. It could also change the requirements to remain consistent with the general plan for zoning. And most importantly, a city charter could give our city council the power to tax. Now, I don't know whether, in fact, this is what's being proposed, but I think the way that if you were to distribute the information via the website, you'd be able to clarify, in fact, what is being proposed. So you're sort of, without the correct information out there, people are filling in from bits and pieces from other sources. So I think that the better you're able to distribute the information via perhaps the Journal, the Register, and your website is the better way to inform the public, so there's not so much questioning going on out there. I know that Verla Lambert some time ago requested sort of an update of, in fact, what our lobbyist with the state is, in fact, doing. At the rate of $5,000 a month, that's $60,000 a year. I think that we would all benefit from some sort of update as to what progress and what proceeds we have, in fact, received from hiring a lobbyist. And one would hope that the lobbyist is not, in fact, trying to promote a casino in our area, which I am very much opposed to. And in closing, I just wanted to mention a couple of words, and I know, Mayor, that you will obviously close the meeting in honor of our senior traffic engineer, George Allen, but I just wanted to take a couple of moments, if you don't mind, to my own personal experience. I had the opportunity, thank you to Mark Rosen, to serve on the Traffic Commission for 2 years, and he was our go-to person. And I attended his service, and it was wonderful. He was an elderly man, and there was well over a couple of hundred people there. It was truly a testimony to what a great person he was. He had a supportive, extended family, served our country in 2 wars, served our communities, solving traffic issues for over a dozen years. He exemplified what an ideal public servant is: respectful, professional, and knowledgeable. He will be sorely missed and fondly remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Tanahara.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Tanihara, and I live in Garden Grove. I've been coming to the council meetings regarding the fireworks issue for over 4 years now, and I apologize. I'm going to be repeating myself in my introduction, but we've got a whole new audience here tonight, and maybe they'd like to hear about another issue in town where the voice of the citizens is drowned out by special interests. The first year I came and spoke before the council in 2003, there were some rowdy neighbors shooting illegal fireworks in the direction of my home. Hoping for some help from the council, I brought pictures and samples of the burned-out firework casings that my sister and I found on our cars, in the yard, and on our roof. I don't know the names of the various illegal fireworks people shoot off in Garden Grove, but my concern was not the big ones that shake the house and rattle the windows when ignited, or rival the fireworks display at Disneyland. My concern was the little ones like this, that were landing on our shake roof all night long. Well, the council sat there and listened, but I felt like I was talking to a brick wall. 2 years went by without the council solving the problem. Then, at a city council meeting in March 2005, the Garden Grove police and fire chiefs recommended that the city council ban the sale and use of all fireworks, because it is difficult for them to apprehend the bad guys when both legal and illegal fireworks are being shot off all over town. Instead of taking the advice of our law enforcement officials to ban fireworks, 2 more years went by, and in February 2007, the council adopted the recommendation of Mr. John Kelly of T&T Fireworks Company in Fullerton, which supplies $1 million worth of fireworks to the booths in our town. He advised that our city copy the plan that the city of Chino uses to control fireworks, which is a $1,000 fine. Why they listen to an outsider who has a huge financial interest in the matter, rather than the Garden Grove Police and Fire Chief and the citizens who are concerned for the safety of their homes, is, to me and a lot of the folks that I talk to, one of the mysteries of the universe. The main point I would like to make tonight is that with the new ordinance our City Council passed in February of this year, they copied several features of Chino's ordinance, including the $1,000 fine, getting the entire police force on duty on the 4th, and so on. But the one important item they didn't copy and have not followed up is an increase in booth fees and a 10% surcharge or tax, like the booths in Chino have to pay to sell fireworks in that city. If Garden Grove had done so, instead of losing money each year on the 4th as we have for the last 3 years, that income would provide our city money to pay for the many expenses associated with the holiday, and could even make it possible to set up a fund to help the fire and injury victims of the last 2 years, including the Matuas on Mack Street. Because with the privilege of selling fireworks in our city comes the responsibility of helping to pay for the costs, rather than putting the burden on the taxpayers in our city. In closing, whether it's fireworks or a casino in our town, the bottom line shouldn't always be how quickly the city or anyone can make a ton of money with no regard for the consequences of its actions. The council is elected to listen to the people, not just the special interests, and take into consideration not just money, but all aspects of an issue, including the quality of life and safety of the citizens of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Duke Noonan. Duke Noonan.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman, women. I'm Duke Noonan. I live on Fletcher Drive in Garden Grove. I've been a resident of Garden Grove since before it was incorporated. At that time, it was a very quiet, peaceful city. And we had fireworks then, too, but nothing like we have nowadays. And it's changed quite a bit. And apparently, you people on the council aren't aware of that. We've gone from 40,000 people in 1955 to over 200,000, I believe, now. And that's just too many people, too close together, plus all the rainy season we haven't had. Everything is so bone dry, and it's just unsafe. I can't understand why you people can't listen to the residents here and do something about making a change. This $1,000 fine that you created is only a Band-Aid. It doesn't really work. And it's supposed to be a safe, livable city. And you, Mr. Mayor, I remember when you first ran for council, you came to my house and asked for my vote. And you swore it was going to be, you were going to work your best to make Garden Grove a healthy, safe city. And to me, you're ignoring that right now. And Mr. Rosen, you made comments about people who oppose this fireworks deal don't know what we're talking about. I think you're the one who don't know what you're talking about. And it's time that you wake up and listen to the public who put you in office. We put you there, we can also take you out. And what you remind me of more than anything else is like the clown we got in the White House. He stay the course. So all you want to do is stay the course. Don't make no changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Trung Nguyen. Trung Nguyen.
Nguyen is my name, and
hold on just a second,
Second
please.
one?
Do you live on Oakwood? Oakwood Street?
No.
Okay, then.
This is someone else. Yeah.
It's Trung Nguyen. Unless he left, he did 2 cards too, so. Tran Trung Chan?
Can we take 5?
What?
Can we take 5?
Yeah, let me get him since he's up here.
Dạ, tôi tên Trần Chánh.
You pull this a little closer. We can hear you better, please. Okay.
Nói tiếng Việt giờ đi ra dịch dùm.
You want to translate?
Trần Chánh.
My name is Tai Chen.
My name is Trần Chánh.
Chan Chan.
Tôi hôm nay cũng nói lên không muốn chính quyền Gango mở ra cái casino ở đây nơi đây.
Lately, I've been thinking, and I do not want the city council to allow a casino in Garden Grove.
Vì mở ra sẽ sinh hoạt cộng đồng ở Việt Nam này sẽ bị bất ổn.
To allow this would cause chaos in the Vietnamese American community.
Casino mở ra sẽ bị đánh bài thua rồi xảy ra trộm cướp.
The losses will create crimes such as robbery.
Và con em chúng ta học hành không có tốt.
The youngster will not do well in school.
Gia đình xảy ra vợ chồng sẽ bị có thể xảy ra đánh bài thua ly dị.
It could bring to divorces.
Cho nên là tôi muốn là chính quyền không nên mở nơi thành phố Garden Grove.
I'm pleading with the council to not consider a casino.
Thôi tôi không biết nói gì.
That's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, maybe Bruce has.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. You should be able to hear me, but I don't want to hear you right now. When you get up to the mic, I'll listen. Okay, we're reconvening the city council meeting, and we're at oral communications. Russ McDonald.
Good evening, council, staff. How y'all doing? I left too early from the council meeting last time around. When I got home, I turned it on, and my golly, I about fell off my sofa. There was Councilman Rosen talking about putting a fireworks issue on the ballot. Can you believe that? Anyway, he would reconsider about putting it on the ballot and let the people decide. My question to him was, well, what about the year before? But just last year, Mr. Rosen was opposed to putting it to the vote of the people. Mind you, that was after 3 fires, 2 small fires and 1 big house fire. Now this year, after the loss of another house, he has flip-flopped. And which way will he be next week? The mayor says now he might want it on the ballot too, but he wants to know the cost. He asked the city clerk last meeting. She said it was between $121,000 and $140,000. Well, that sounded awful high to me, so I looked up in my paperwork here. I got tons of it, and I had come across a copy of an interdepartment memo dated July the 11th, 2006, from Tom Nixon, city attorney, to Matt Patel, city manager, dealing with a potential ballot measure for a vote of the electric on fireworks, and the cost for adding this matter to the November 7, 2006 ballot would be approximately $4,500. So I don't understand the difference on that. My question to you guys is, you see all the flip-flops you all taken over the years and everything, and different numbers you've come up with. And my question to you, are you guys really serious about putting it on the ballot? If you are, why don't you tonight just do it? I didn't think you guys would. That's why we're going to continue on with our attorney and get it, the signatures required to get it on the ballot, okay? With that in mind, do you really want us to ask to give you guys more power to write your own constitution for a charter city? Are you guys really serious? Another issue. I see in the paper, it was this morning's Register, on the casino. This plan, whichever plan you guys finally decide on, you need 35 acres for it, and you only got 10. Well, what are you going to actually force the residents off their property so you can get this thing through? I'm at a loss. I'd like to thank Ms. Nguyen for last meeting pointing out to the council the fact that one of the many excuses used not to put fireworks on a ballot was cost. And then all of a sudden, something the council members want, it goes on a ballot, they have all the money for it. I like the way you're operating, standing up for the people and for yourself. And you remind me of a council member by the name of Bob Denson, okay, who stood up for the people. I hope you run for mayor next time around. I don't think you'd have a problem winning it, okay? Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I don't think I said anything about me putting it on a ballot. I think I asked how much it would cost, that's all. However, Carlo Caravetta. Carlo Caravetta? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Carlo Caravetta. I'm an attorney here.
Can you bring that microphone a little closer, please?
Yes, sir. I'm an attorney here in Orange County. I'm also.
Is that green light on there on the
Yes,
base?
sir.
All right.
Is it okay?
No, I wanted to make sure everybody can hear you, though. That's
okay. I'll try and speak up
Okay.
I'm an attorney here in Orange County. I'm also a principal with a group that has looked at this project with respect to an entertainment facility and casino for about 5 years now. We withheld submitting our proposal to the city because we didn't feel the timing was right. The public wasn't educated enough in connection with the project itself. What I hear tonight is a great deal of presumptions. And what I'm here to ask you is, if you reject the casino proposal, keep it open. Don't wipe it completely off of the face of the map. Because I think with the proper education to the public, this may be something that they would go ahead and accept. The presumptions that I see tonight are a casino. It's bad. There's a great deal of corruption involved with it. There's prostitution, there's drugs. I have yet to see any statistical information from California, and I've been dealing with Indians and their casinos for about 10 years here in this state now. Where are the statistics showing the corruption, showing the prostitution, and showing the drugs? The federally recognized Indian casino in California comes under Title 25 of the Code of Federal Regulations. That means that they have an extremely high standard for how they conduct their operations, how they are reviewed, and it's much higher than Las Vegas. They are extremely tight in this state. And again, all I'm asking you to do tonight is to go ahead, if you reject the proposal, to keep it open for the future and see if a proposal that may come in may do it, because every city that has had one of these in California, there have been increased employment. There have been very, very good results with respect to the monetary consideration to the people and the city itself. It's not all bad. And I understand, I respect the people who have spoken here this evening, but I don't think there's been enough education on the issue in order to go ahead and make an informed decision on it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fo Van Pham. Fo Van Pham, I'm sorry.
How many cards you get? 1,000, huh?
Till tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
council members, and the staff, it's an honor to me to come back again today to address the council about the casino matter. I am right now. I am a president of the Vietnamese Catholic communities in southwestern USA, including Los Angeles and Orange County here in Southern California. And I am a member of the Interfaith Council also, and a practice attorney. I just heard one of my colleagues here is an attorney also, but in the other side. And you know that for last 2 sessions, I have expressed my opposition for the casino for many reasons. And one of the reasons is about moralities, and you have heard a lot about this. And you have received 5,500 signatures from the people, and including voters in this area, oppose the casino. And I think that is strong enough for you to know what is the voice of the people. I would like to remind you that this is not a Vietnamese community problem only. This is the all people in Garden Grove, American citizens in the city. I have lived here more than 20 years. I love the city of Garden Grove. And that is what I want very best for the city. I know the casino for sure that will bring a lot of problem, because in my career we have met a lot of people who have facing a lot of problem in their families and for themselves also. And last time I have reminded you that have happened right here in the city of Garden Grove. And if you have recollect about, I think 5 or 6 years ago, one man had been shot right in front of his home, and he come back from the casino winning some money. That's one example for you, right in Yogi Street. Secondly, I think that legally, the casino proposal is still not unsure about the status of the tribe who proposed to open. They have not been recognized by the federal government. And I know for sure that if this casino proposal will be passed, I think it has caused a lot of litigation in this matter. And I don't want the city to spend hundreds of thousands for the attorney fee on this matter. So I hope that you will consider tonight. I'm happy that you will bring it to the agenda. And this is, I think that tonight is you will decide definitely about this matter. And we have not to come back again about this matter.
Thank you.
And I think that everybody, especially the people, the voters in the city of Garden Grove, you remember what you vote tonight. They will remember. And either they will vote you again or will vote you out. But like I said, that I know that you are worried about, you want to bring more money to the city. I do the same. But I think that's a lot of projects going on right now to use that 35 acres. And I think that even in the communities, in the Vietnamese community, in the Korean community, in American community, in Mexican community, we think that if you have an open forum for the people to have some good proposal for the city, I think that one of them is to create a theme park, a cultural center for all the people. I think that it should be attraction for not only for in Orange County, but for whole world and even throughout the U.S. Everybody will come here to see that. And I think that if that's proposal, I think a lot of investors will bring the money in to create a better image for the city. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope again that you will vote out the casino tonight. Thank you very much.
David Ville.
Mayor, City Council, my name is David Ville. I'm the president of the Garden Grove chapter of AARP. We meet the third Tuesday of every month right here in this building over here, in this room. And we will be meeting again this coming Tuesday, and we will be having a fundraiser there. We're having a White Elephant fundraiser for the people of this, I guess the man that was here, that we're talking about, his house burning down. This is the first time I've laid eyes on him, but we do have a fund all set up for him. We are going to try to get some money, and we're going to try to help this family out because from what I've heard, they're homeless, and I guess that he verified that when he came here with today and said that. Again, our chapter is a charity dedicated primarily to helping our seniors age with dignity by giving them a voice, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I have to continue coming here, because until something is done about these fireworks, either pro or con. And like I said to all of you before, my situation is pretty much like yours. I'm not hurting either way, whichever way you go on this. So I want you to know that I'm the spokesperson. I'm trying to do something for what I think is right, and I'm trying to help these people, because if you actually met some of these people, like I have met them, and you talk with them, then you will understand their pain. These people have pain and suffering when it comes to the 4th of July. the rest of us, with our having a good time, guess what? These people are not having a good time. These people are hurting. These people feel like they're prisoners in their house, and some of these people, they live alone, and some of these people, they lose their pets, you know, and I mean, when you listen to some of their pleas and some of the anguish that some of these people are going through, then you might understand and you might think a little bit differently. I know that I started thinking a little bit differently when I listened to some of these people. So some of these people have come to my meeting. They have an oxygen tank. They have difficulty breathing, and when you look at these people, you say to yourself, you know something, someone has to do something to try to help these people, and that's why I come here, and I come here and. Hopefully, I thinking hopefully they'll have a little bit of compassion for these people, which is what I have, and this is why we are having this fundraiser on this coming Tuesday. We hope that people will come and bring their stuff that they want to sell or junk, because believe it or not, some people's junk is another person's prize, you know, and that's what we want to do. We want to. It's mainly here to help these people, and we're going to help them in any way that we can. Now. It should be noted that this was not an unforeseen tragedy with this person's house burning down. We have been coming here continually, and we will probably keep coming here continually until something is done, because, believe it or not, this is not the last tragedy. You're going to have more tragedies. The 29 cities that do not allow fireworks, there's a reason why they don't allow fireworks. The reason they don't allow fireworks is because they have had with some of these tragedies. They have seen with some of these, and they can foresee what's going to happen. And like the person who came up here and talked a little bit earlier, that there were 40,000 in Garden Grove. If I remember in 1957, I thought it was more like 20,000. But there is over 200,000 now. And like he said, there's a lot of people here. And I'm not kidding you. There was no law against any kind of fireworks. When I first came here, you could have all the fireworks you wanted. There was no problem. The reason there wasn't any problem is because there weren't that many people here. And we did not live this close together. We weren't having the difficulty that we're having now. You're going to have more and more of this difficulty because more and more people are coming in. And as you know, the prices of houses are going up, but guess what? They still keep coming in, and the city keeps getting bigger. And this is a big city. Garden Grove is a large city, and we don't have the police and the manpower to police the city. Now, again, I know that one council member made an issue of, hey, what is your interest? You don't even live in Garden Grove. You know something? I bought my first house in Garden Grove in 1960. And you know something? I still own that house. I still own that house. The latest one that I live in now. Guess what? Part of it is in Garden Grove. Part of it is in Anaheim. I have an Anaheim address, but you know what? My roots are in Garden Grove. My children grew up in Garden Grove. They went to the Garden Grove schools. They graduated from Garden Grove High School. As a matter of fact, and they both graduated from college. One is an aerospace engineer, and the other one is a lawyer, assistant district attorney. So the schools did not do a bad job. And, of course, I had to give myself a pat on the back, too, because I was a teacher and a coach in the school district. My wife was a school psychologist in this district. And I had 2 championship football teams and 2 championship basketball teams in this city. And so I am concerned with the image that this city has. I thank you very much. I see that my lights here, and I guess I finished. So, sorry you had to listen, but I'll be here again. Thank you.
Reverend Joseph Wynn from Westminster. Okay.
My name is Joseph Nguyen, and I am a Catholic priest. Today, I'm here to represent the Vietnamese Interfaith Council of America, which includes Buddhists, Catholics, Protestants, and all Vietnamese Catholics residing in the city of Garden Grove, to urge you to vote no to casino in our great city of Garden Grove. Mr. Mayor and the City Councilman and lady, Americans have an old saying, money can buy anything but happiness. That is absolutely true. First, I doubted our city will get a lot of money from this casino to benefit its citizens. Let us look at the examples of the ones who have casinos before us. Las Vegas. Are the people in Las Vegas better off when they have casinos many years ago? No. Instead, they had a lot of gangsters, more mafias, more greedy people than they have had before. Now in California, I remember back a few years ago, a lot of people pushed for granting permission to open casinos for the Indians in California, arguing that with Indian casinos, we will have hundreds of millions of dollars to help our education system. Had it helped? I did not see it yet. The only thing I see is the student tuition keep going up. Now, let us look at our own city. First, the first fact is we are not Las Vegas. We are not Indians. Therefore, the people who will visit the casino are not tourists, strangers. They are our mothers and fathers, our husbands and wives, our daughters and sons, and the same ones from our neighbor cities such as Santa Ana, Westminster, Anaheim. And when these people need money to satisfy their addictive habits, crimes will happen, Mr. Mayor. Killing, broken family certainly will come, and they will happen not far, far away, but right at our neighbor. Does our city need a casino to survive? Absolutely not. Thanks to the Almighty God, we are doing fine. Even sometimes our budget was tight, but we plug along just fine. Why do we want to have a casino? To risk the future of our city, the future of children for generations to come. It is easy to open the casino, but it's almost impossible to close it. To conclude, may I tell you this story. I had a friend who used to own a jewelry shop in a city close by. A few years ago, she went to a casino just to observe and then to do pawn whenever opportunity arrived. Then one day, she decided to try her luck and lost. Then she wanted to recover her loss. In order to have speedy recovery from her loss, she asked her husband to join her to gamble. Then they sold their jewelry inventory, then their shop, and then their house, just trying to recover their loss. Now they become homeless, trying to take any job available to have their ends meet. That is the result of gambling, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, the city of Garden Grove put their trust in you. They put their future in your hands. Think about thousands of families who will fall into this situation. And if we have a casino. So please vote no on casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Venerable Thick Wynn, 2nd Street in Santa Ana. Venerable.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor and member of City Council. We are Vietnamese Buddhist community. We do not want casino in the city of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like that speech.
If any of you coming up after would like to do it that way, we'll all get out of here before midnight. Reverend Nguyen, Diocese of Orange.
Thank you. That's going to be hard to follow, but I promise to be very brief.
Thank you.
My name is Father Sing Nguyen, and I am a Catholic priest serving as the Director of Canonical Services in the Diocese of Orange. I'm a Vietnamese American who has lived here in Orange County since 1979. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Catholic Vietnamese Americans who live in Orange County, and especially those who live in the city of Garden Grove. As you know, the Vietnamese community is hardworking and much focused on the education of our children. We teach our children to invest their energy and talents into building a better life, not only for themselves, but for others. And this principle is translated into our commitment to the success and growth of the city of Garden Grove. And we are proud of this city, as it is known for Little Saigon and hopefully not Little Vegas. While it may be true that a casino can benefit the city with the money it is able to generate, we believe that the negative social and environmental consequences outweigh the monetary benefit. We don't need any statistic, conventional wisdom. Our common sense tells us that a casino changes the image of the city by bringing with it an increase of addiction and crimes, homelessness, abuse and neglect in family life, of litter, noise, and traffic. All of these possible negative consequences will also increase the cost for the city in its efforts to maintain harmony in the life of the citizens and to keep the city safe, peaceful, and clean. Furthermore, one can go to a casino now and then to find entertainment, but to have a casino in the city is to say that gambling is part of the way of life in this city. And this is not the message we wish to give the children in the city of Garden Grove. Finally, it is widely believed that a casino can effectively benefit economically depressed communities. However, this is not the state of the city of Garden Grove. We do not need a casino to bail us out of some monetary crisis. Rather, we are a thriving city with growing economical strength. Honorable Mayor and Council members, as our elected officials, you know that Orange County has the largest Vietnamese community outside of Vietnam. You know that the Vietnamese community can speak powerfully with its votes in this city. Please consider these very real concerns we have, and do not turn the city of Garden Grove, the city of youth and ambition, into a city with a casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Right? Well, I'll take a minute to come up. Reverend Van Tran, Fountain Valley.
Good evening, Mayor Bill Doughton and City Council, City staff. First of all, on behalf of the Vietnamese Interfaith Council and the Vietnamese community, we would like to say happy anniversary, Mayor and your wife, Sandy.
Thank you.
The second thing,
there's not much. There's a lot of applause for no casinos, but no applause for all the years I've been married. Marriage is not important.
Second thing, tonight I come to remind to all of you in the last meeting, I give to you 5,643 people they sign on the petition form. Then we come tonight and we would like to once again, on behalf of the Vietnamese Interfaith Council and the Vietnamese community, we would like to tell you tonight, you vote no casino on proposal. That's very important for us. We don't want to come to again to talk about casino with you. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Charles Mitchell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and staff. It was my honor and privilege this morning to attend a special ceremony. This was a dedication of the new sheriff's facility in Tustin. Part of the property is from the old Tustin air station. They have a lot of work yet to do at that facility, but it's going to be great. It is going to be a landmark event for the Sheriff's Department and for all of, not only Orange County, but the surrounding counties, because a lot of the officers that serve not only in the Sheriff's Department, but also in some of the city departments, including Garden Grove, have gone through the Sheriff's Academy to get their training. And I think that it is only very appropriate on this day, September 11th, that dedication took place, because there were so many in law enforcement that lost their lives on that date 6 years ago. And I think that the Sheriff's Department is going to be doing a marvelous job in training new officers for not only this county, but surrounding counties. Now, the other issue that I have is one that's being discussed this evening. And I am a little perturbed because I hear a lot of people saying, well, we need to make the city council pass a resolution denying the casino because people will get addicted. Well, there are a lot of addictions. There's drug addiction, alcohol addiction, gambling addiction. But in life, we all make choices. We choose to do the right thing, or we choose to do the wrong thing. That's part of becoming an adult, and it's part of maturing. And I feel very strongly about the principle of separation of church and state. And I think this council needs to consider this issue on the basis of what is the right thing for the city to do, not to base it on someone else's sense of morality. Because I feel offended if someone is going to dictate to me what I should or shouldn't do with my own life. I'm a mature adult. I have made many choices in my life. I'd like to think most of them were good choices. But I think the people have the right to decide for themselves what they want to do with their lives. I heard one person saying that the amount of money that's going to be distributed to the city is going to be divided up among the number of people living in the city, and I could not find any way of correlating that. That means every man, woman, and child is going to be going to the casino and losing money? I can't see that happening. There are too many arguments that do not hold water in this situation. As far as the casino is concerned, there are a lot of things that need to be done before this could ever happen. My concern is that the city needs to look at it from the perspective of how much time and money are we going to spend to try to get this proposal to come to fruition in a few years. And I think it comes down to we probably will not see it happen with all of the obstacles in its way. It's like putting a nickel in a slot machine and hoping for the jackpot, and I don't think we're going to hit it. Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, you said you made some good choices in your life. Well, let me tell you something. When you chose the girl you married, you made a great choice.
Nancy O'Shaughnessy.
Good evening, I should fill down. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and residents of the City of Garden Grove. and I'm a resident of Garden Grove. Okay? We need to generate revenue to our city. Now, I don't know how we're going to do it, but it has to be done. I'm pro-casino, and for several reasons. They're not going to just put up a casino there, like with lights flashing, like you're a moron. This, I believe, is going to be a nice enterprise and enjoyment for everyone. It's not just going to be a casino, as I understand. There's going to be entertainment around so that we do not have to go to other cities besides our own for entertainment. Not only that, I cannot shop in my own city. I have to go to Main Place. I have to go to Westminster Mall. Why? No shopping. Why is that? We need revenue generated in the city. So let's do something about it. A casino, I don't know when that'll happen. But God only knows we need it. And we need shopping. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lan Wynn.
Good evening, mayors, members of the city councils. Here I come again. This is the third time I come here at the city council on the casino projects. I come with many of my fellow members of the Vietnamese communities. I wish we don't have to come here that often to speak on the same objects, week after week, time after time. Let's consider the projects. The casino that the tribe Gabrielino is trying to propose to the city. What does it do? It does ask the city to put up a block of land of 43 acres for the period of 5 years. That means the city for the 5 years shouldn't do anything with that land, but wait for this tribe to do a lot of things. First, they had to try to get the federal recognition that it is a federally recognized tribe. Second, they're going to get the compact from the state, which is something they tried before, they couldn't do it. And third, they had to resort between themselves of who is the official representative of this tribe itself. There's now several lawsuits going on to determine who is actually representing the tribe members. And fourth, we still have to decide the issues of whether a non-federally recognized tribe can actually operate a gaming facility. That issue had to be resolved. The member of the tribe itself seems to be the only one who say that. Everyone else say that without the federal recognition, they cannot operate as a gaming facility anywhere in the state of California, much less in Garden Grove. And in the response to the outpour and uproar of the community members regarding the social problem, the moral problem with the casino, they come to the city to offer that they provide counseling to people. They provide the plan with the credit card, with the card to track the people who gamble in the city. How often do we see the gambling facility, the gambling operator, to tell the people, sorry, your wife just called. You should be at home now. Don't go to the casino anymore. How often do we see that? How often do we see really a casino operator to tell the people, sorry, gentlemen, you lost so much money already. Go home. Don't go in and spend any more money here. How often do we see that? And then they turn around, they offer scholarship to every student in Garden Grove. How often is that? How often do we actually get money from the gambler? Even if we got that money, remember the hundreds of millions that they collect come from the men and women resident at our city. I can see once we have a casino in Garden Grove, people will stop in for lunch, for casino an hour and come back to work. I can see the people here stop here after work and hopefully bring on some surprise money before they go home for dinner. And Father Joseph said, it's just good intention to bring some money home. Hopefully they can get the money for the casino. But once they lost it, they try to come back and recover. Try to come back again, recover. That's when addiction come in. And I don't intend to say that all the gamblers are bad. They start out as good intention people to bring money to their family. But they didn't realize that by gambling, the chance of losing is more than anything. How often do we see people coming back from Las Vegas or casino winning. How often have we seen that? We just came in there, it's just an idea, we lose some money just for the fun of it. That's all we came in for. And that's why I think it's very important for the city to make the decision as soon as possible so that we don't have to come back here every meeting, every week, to beg and to urge the city to do the right thing for the city. You have seen a member of the Interfaith Council. I hope you understand that. They don't normally do this thing. They don't normally do what appear to be political activities. But they did come back here time after time with hundreds of people. I feel sorry I have to see them come back here. It's very important for us, for all the religious leaders to come back here on behalf of our community to do that. And I can see this, it's the sign that the city is not willing to listen to us at all. And now with all that, the city put together the charter plan to give them more power, to give them more decision, to do what is right to themselves. And I put it together, I see that is troublesome for our community. It's very important. So I urge the city, the council today, to do it as soon as possible. Say it one way or the other so that I hope our religious leader can go home and our people can go home and have a good night's sleep. That's so I don't have to come back here every week, every month after that. And I thank you for the time giving me. My time's up. I apologize for that. Thank you.
No problem. Why win, Fountain Valley? QUY, win. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council Member of City Garden Grove. My name is Quy Thương Nguyen in Fountain Valley, but I belong to the Garden Grove School District. I would like to say a few words about the project of gambling. Garden Grove is doing very well. The student of Garden Grove is doing very well and got 2 big prizes in the last few years. The Garden Grove School District and the student are performing and make a lot of good reputation in the country. It is that because we have a good environment, a conducive education environment, a good teachers and family. But when that happens, when we have a casino, I don't think is a good factor for a good education environment. Casino is not a good institution that people recommend a good family to come to. You know, especially when you teach the children follow what the adult doing. If the adult keep going to the casino, what do they learn? The students need to go to school, they need to get work to practice. So my concern is, if you look, I am working for the Viet Olympiad, and that is an education promotion non-profit organization. And we have a license in Garden Grove. And we always hope that you consider the effect, the impact on our children and the future of the future citizen of the beautiful place like Orange County, so that you think about, you want to produce people of good skill, a talent in many fields, not the people who are, influenced badly by a bad factor like a casino. Casino can be far away. People want to enjoy that. People should not be in the city. The school, shopping, the church, non-profit are good for the factor for our environment for education. So please consider that and no on casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Pham.
Good evening, Mayor,
City Council, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you tonight, generally my sign in my hand, no casino. I live in the American about 32 years. I got a true, real story of the bad friend. I tell you, all of you, to thinking about that. His family come to the United States 1975 with mine. One family, one Catholic council, sponsor him and his family to the Las Vegas area. And casino in Las Vegas in that time, not many, a few. But after about a while, casino development and come around Las Vegas, he got lucky at the property and house in the Las Vegas. And they promote for him $2 million. This is the first time American, Vietnamese in American have $1 million, $2 million. And he let him about the whole share in the casino too. He got a good job for casino. His wife, his children, their own children. And everybody we are told him about, you are so lucky. If maybe about, you know, in America. But after about the, I think so about the 10 years later, my friend lost everything. Him and his wife divorced. Children away. Property no more. He home left. From right now, we didn't hear from him. I don't know about he alive or he dead. All of you thinking about the casino, if about in Garden Road, all the people here already opposed. You see about here, about the priest, all the people, the old, the young, crime, no good, gang, family destroyed, education, virtue, everything destroyed. So all of you flee. I think so all of you in here, all of you believe in God. So you went to the church every Sunday, right? We got you, but we pray for you. You're thinking about that and take no casino for tonight, please. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Mary Lou Reeder. Mary Lou Reeder. Terry Whitney.
Hello, my name is Terry Whitney. I came to explain to you why I oppose the casino, and part of it is I live by Harbor Boulevard, and I remember years back when we had the prostitution problem. There was a 16-year-old girl screaming at 1 o'clock in the morning. She woke us up. We ran outside, and so did the neighbors. And because we ran outside, we saved her life. She was being dragged in a car. She was a 16-year-old girl. She did not live in the area. She came from L.A., and we asked her, would you like us to call the police? She didn't want us to call the police. We asked her if she wanted an ambulance. She did not want an ambulance. We asked her if there was a family member she'd like us to contact. She didn't want for us to contact anyone. The girl's stockings were torn. Her shoes were broken, and the girl was just a prostitute right down our street from Harbor Boulevard. I don't know if it was her pimp that was dragging her, but this is the kind of problems that I do not want to see again on Harbor Boulevard. And this is the thing that I believe a casino attracts, is prostitution of all types. All the time in Harbor, you'd see the prostitutes, and you'd see, like, within a few feet away, you'd see the pimp in his car. And I don't know if any of you remember this, but I do. Okay, another thing that I'm concerned with, here I'm speaking for the little people, I'm not the big ones, okay, just the little ones, the ones that voted you in office. This is the thing that I'm concerned with. I'm concerned about the mom and pop stores that they're going to be bought out. Okay, you talk about revenues. I agree with that lady. I have to go to South Coast Plaza, Westminster Mall, all over the place, but there's no a mall here in Garden Grove. I don't understand that. You talk about revenue. Why don't you bring some shopping centers in here instead of casinos, instead of big entertainment? I don't get it. You sit there and say that we need to save electricity, conserve electricity is what I'm always getting in my bill. I always get, and the water reminders to conserve water, but yet you want to build a, what is it? High-rise hotel, luxury condo towers, 15-story medical building, pools. I don't get it. How come they get not to conserve, and yet we do? The little people have to conserve, and they don't. I would like this explained to me. How does that factor? Okay, there's other reasons. What about if you start extending out? I'm concerned as a homeowner, are you going to continue extending out and buying the rest of us homeowners out of our houses? I don't see where this is going. When you buy people out, do you give them the top dollar? What can they buy with what you give them? A two-story home? Not everybody wants a two-story home. Okay, not everyone. If you have a stroke, you're disabled, you cannot go up and down the stairs. You want a single-story home. And I don't know if you're immune to strokes or heart attacks, and if you live in a two-story home, but I definitely do not want to live in a two-story home. I like the single-story houses, okay? I don't get it. I've been to Disneyland many times, and I've been stuck in a ride for 20 to 30 minutes, and they finally I've had to step out of the ride because due to electricity shortage. So you tell me, if the Disneyland has electricity shortages, how can you build these tall, high buildings and put so many people in there? Our sewage, here I go again, the sewage problem, okay? Thank you for trying to fix that problem on Century and Garden Grove Boulevard, but now everybody thinks I'm the stinky lady, and they come and tell me how they have problems with sewer in the city of Garden Grove where they live at. They say, you know that I have a problem where I live with the sewer? And I go, you know what? I don't get it. They want to keep building and building, but we don't have adequate sewage system. What is wrong with that picture? Why can't you give us, the little people that voted you in office, service before taking the big guy into consideration? That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Wynn.
I live in 12271 Janet. Tonight, Janet Nguyen say very well. Father C, well done. Problem, what we care about. Let's say fiction. Just fiction. 5 years from now, let's say casino build up. One beautiful girl fall apart. Mom and dad fall apart. Is it worth it? The answer is no. If it's not a fit, we gotta quit. I borrowed that from someone. But think about it. Family value, I don't think you care about us, because most of one here is working man and woman. I get up 4:30 in the morning, put 2 hours on the freeway, and be here. I haven't had dinner, haven't drinking soda. You waste our time. That should be in the back burner 4 years ago. This should never happen. You talk about no 4 years ago. Everybody vote no. Why back again? Why? Put it back in the trash can one at a time for all. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Hey, how you doing, sir? Definitely you.
Hear me now? Oh, well. We wouldn't need a casino in Garden Grove. Just kidding. Okay. All right. Thu Hung Thi Dao on Dunkley. That sound close? Okay.
Đào Thị Thiên Hương.
Oh, back.
Boy, it didn't sound anything like it at all.
Okay. I did my best.
Go through them, man.
All right. Bo Bui.
Oh, yeah, you know this guy.
Is he one of the yellers? Oh, that's right. Okay.
My English is very poor.
Malin,
Mr. Dina help me, okay? Dạ, kính thưa quý vị công dân của thành phố Garden Grove.
Hello, citizens of Garden Grove.
Kính thưa ông thị trưởng và quý vị nghị viên.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members.
Đã 2 lần chúng tôi hiện diện ở đây.
I've appeared 2 times before you.
Và quý vị đã thấy 98% công dân của thành phố Garden Grove chúng tôi.
And you've seen 98% of the citizens of Garden Grove
đã bày tỏ cái tư tưởng chúng tôi không cần 70 triệu và 100 triệu của sòng bạc.
Chú nói lại.
Chúng tôi đã bày tỏ cái quyết tâm của chúng tôi không cần 70 triệu hoặc 100 triệu của sòng bạc.
Okay. I've already demonstrated that we do not need 70 million or 100 million of the casino.
Chúng tôi cần một đời sống rất bình thường và hạnh phúc, yên bình.
We just need a simple life, happy and peaceful life.
Và thật là bất công khi chúng tôi phát biểu ý kiến rất nhiều mà chưa được nghe ý kiến của quý vị.
It really is unfair when we voice our opinions and haven't heard specifically from any of you.
Vâng, và bây giờ chúng tôi xin nhờ quý vị truyền thông hãy quay phim và ghi hình, ghi ảnh, ghi tiếng nói của quý vị nghị viên thật rõ ràng. Vì những vị này là những vị mà chúng tôi sẽ cần phải ghi nhớ để sau này chúng tôi sẽ bầu cho quý vị nữa. Hay là chúng tôi sẽ giống như nhân dân California đã từng đối với ông Gay David.
I ask that the press members in this room please record what's happening today, because we need to remember what happens today so that in the future, when we vote, we can decide just as if the incident of Gray Davis.
Và thưa quý vị, như vậy thì để cho công bằng, chúng tôi mong được quý vị trả lời. Trước hết, tôi xin có câu hỏi với nghị viên Đài Nam Nguyễn.
Just to be fair, can I please ask a question of City Councilwoman Dina Nguyen?
Thưa bà có quan niệm rằng sòng bạc casino mở ở tại Garden Grove này đã đem hạnh phúc cho chúng tôi hay là sẽ giết đời sống của chúng tôi và con cái chúng tôi sau này?
Do you believe that the casino will bring us happiness, or do you believe that the casino will destroy our family and the lives of our children in the future?
Xin bà vui lòng trả lời dùm.
No dialogue.
Xin lỗi chú, trong cái này cháu không có được nói lại. I said I'm sorry, I cannot dialogue.
Dạ thưa quý vị nghị viên, thưa ông thị trưởng, tôi nghĩ rằng đây là một nước dân chủ và chúng ta công khai, không có gì giấu giếm. Chúng tôi không yêu cầu quý vị, vâng, chúng tôi không yêu cầu quý vị trả lời. Cái quyết định của quý vị, chúng tôi chỉ biết là cái nhận xét quý vị như thế nào thôi. Tôi không yêu cầu cái quyết định của quý vị.
I believe this is a democratic system. We have nothing to hide. We don't need to know your decision. We just need to know what you think about the casino.
Okay, let me respond. Wait a second. Let me respond to that. Okay, this isn't a dialogue where we go back and forth asking and answering questions. We allow 5 minutes for you to say, everything within reason, voice your opinion or whatever. I mean, there are certain things that, that sometimes are inappropriate to say. But we have not had anything like that in these meetings. However, if
Bill,
we allowed...
can I interpret?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. Okay. Now I sound like you.
Chúng tôi trong cái thủ tục mà để cho quý khán giả nói chuyện đó, chúng tôi không có cái sự mà nói chuyện qua lại hay là hội bàn thảo gì hết. Chúng tôi chỉ có để cho quý vị nói chuyện thôi.
Okay.
Dạ vâng.
Okay. When it's appropriate and we discuss this, you'll hear our opinions, but we can't engage in dialogue, otherwise we'd be here all night. And some, quite frankly, some questions that are asked, we have to have research done by the city manager or something like that. And so we can't always just go back and forth. When everybody else leaves, if you want to stay and ask me in dialogue, I got plenty of time. I'll be happy to.
Ông ta lặp lại những cái điều đó và có nói là sau mọi người nói chuyện thì hội đồng thành phố mới bắt đầu trả lời những câu hỏi đó.
Vâng, như vậy tôi xin được vắn tắt lại kết luận của chúng tôi.
Thưa quý vị, to summarize.
Thưa quý vị, nếu quý vị say no,
if you say no,
với việc mở casino ở Garden Grove,
to opening a casino in Garden Grove,
là quý vị đã đem lại hạnh phúc cho nhân dân chúng tôi,
then you will bring us happiness, the citizens of Garden Grove.
Nếu quý vị say yes,
if you do say yes,
là quý vị đã tiếp tay cho chủ phòng casino nằm giàu trên xương máu và sinh mạng và đời sống bất hạnh của con cháu chúng tôi.
That means you will be assisting the casino owners to take away the happiness out of our hard-earned blood, fallen money.
Và thưa quý vị, như vậy thì chúng tôi xin chúc quý vị và mong muốn rằng chúng tôi sẽ không phải trở thành những công dân Cali đối với ông Gay David, và tất cả quý vị ở đây đều được chúng tôi để trong tim tôi mãi mãi. Cảm ơn quý vị nhiều.
Thank you. Please do not let us become citizens of California that have to face a situation like Gray Davis.
Thank you much. Thank you much. Cảm ơn cô Dina.
We'll ask later. Okay, Tony Flores.
Why does he get to use Gray Davis? I mean, what about Richard Nixon? I mean, why can't he use Richard?
Let's leave it with Gray Davis, okay? Okay, Tony Flores.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Tony Flores. I'm the current president of the West Garden Grove Residents Association and the current president of the Pacific High School Football Quarterback Club. But I'm speaking tonight as a regular citizen, and I'll go over, actually I've got 3 points to make here tonight, all this ruckus, and I'm probably a boring speaker. I won't require an interpreter, so here I go. As far as the casinos in Garden Grove, it seems that ignorance really does breed fear. If most of the folks here tonight had actually read or have had a chance to read the Indian Regulatory Gaming Act of 1988 or the Minority Report that myself and Verda Lambert put together from the 2005 Financial Committee, most of these folks probably wouldn't be here tonight. There's going to be a lot of things that need to be done before we move into a casino or have one put in, quite a few hurdles. Having said that, when I was on the Finance Committee, like I told those folks when I was on that committee, and I'll tell you folks again tonight, like I said 2 weeks ago, I'll support any plan that keeps our taxes down, that almost eliminates our assessments, fees, and charges in our city. I will support any plan that does that for us as citizens, as American tax-paying citizens. Don't have a problem with that. Tonight I handed out a package of some flyers. Did they get that yet? Because I also want to speak on districts. I've actually been pushing for districts since 2000. Districts under general law. I believe it's a good idea to have 6 districts, mayor at large, and this will be on page number 1. Something that the Journal actually did an editorial back in January of 2004. So I would go ahead and push for districts in our city under general law. I do support that. And on page 2, I underlined a few things that Ms. Dina Nguyen had to say. It had to do with she believes that she sees no benefit in having separate districts, can see council members fighting with one another to promote that. Well, sometimes we see disagreements here anyway, and that's without districts. But I do believe districts will be the way to go. We're going to need that in the future. I believed it then. I believe it now. One of the things I would ask Ms. Nguyen is, where was she and the rest of the community that's here tonight when we had the homes flooded back in 1995 in West Garden Grove and again in 2004? Didn't see the support there. I didn't see this large of a crowd when we created sewer fees in 1998. I didn't see them show up when we had some homes in jeopardy. Verla and the folks in the East Garden Grove Residents Association, who formed with the help of the West Garden Grove Residents Association back in 2001. 2003, the Chapman Sports Complex received $591,000 from the state. We had to give back $250,000 that was unused. Didn't see any support there. Holder Street Bridge Project 2004, that impacted 5 West Garden Grove schools. Didn't see Dina and the rest of the crowd there either. Or the Gilbert and Lamson and the formation of the Central Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. They needed some help. I didn't see them there. And again, we increased the water rates again. I haven't seen any objections to Janet Nguyen's taxpayer-funded satellite office in Little Saigon, because we're talking about keeping things separated. The Little Saigon signs or the Korean Business District signs. Haven't seen any outcry on that. Getting to page 3, I did write an editorial in the Register that talked about the recognition of the South Vietnamese flag, but we really should have been looking at redevelopment reform, insurance fraud, and open spaces for our children to play in. On page 4, I do have a question here. I went on the internet, looked around, and I know she said she's against districts, Ms. Nguyen, but yet you were able to give some money to Janet Nguyen when she ran for the Orange County Supervisor District, 1st District, in December 2005. It says here you lived in Westminster, though. I may have the wrong Dina Nguyen, so just bear with me. I went ahead and looked at the other website with Van Tran for Assembly, District 68. There's a Dina Nguyen who gave a monetary contribution of $500 in January of 2006. That's just months before the election. That's on page 5. And there's also a canceled check on page 6 that has a Dina Nguyen located in Westminster. Now, I may have the wrong Dina Nguyen. Maybe you've never lived on that particular street in Westminster. But when you talk about being a proponent or representing Garden Grove, make sure you live in Garden Grove. I can tell you, Mr. Denson lived in Garden Grove for a large number of years. Nobody questioned where he came from. Now, what's going to separate people? The way that people think will separate people, not districts. A good old boys club, immigrants that come to our country that cut and paste the Constitution for their own needs, the way we ignore the results of certain decisions that impacts us as tax-paying citizens. Those are the things that are going to keep us divided. Those are the things that we have a problem with. Am I up? Okay, well, just one more point I want to make. I also sent a comparison, a chart of the general law and charter law. I gave it to the Journal, the Register, and some other folks so they can make their own decision on it. No matter what happens, at least the people will be informed about it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Reverend Kong Nguyen on Euclid? Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, I think I do get...
Let's.
Can I, please? This is very quickly.
Okay, make it quickly because I don't want the Reverend to lose any of his time.
Mr. Tony Flores, I'm very glad you brought this to my attention today because I know it would come up sometime in the future, and this is a mailing address of mine. I have always used this. I still use it. And when I gave the checks to the 2 candidates, they record the address on my checkbook onto the campaign record. And that's the explanation for that address. I still use it. But I have reasons. Thank you.
Okay. Reverend?
I'm Kung Nguyen, pastor of the Vietnamese Presbyterian Church in Garden Grove on Euclid and on Chapman. Last time I had some opinion voiced already, so I don't want to repeat them. But the question I raised is, what gain for the city and the people of Garden Grove if we are going to have a casino? Just money, some money. So $100 million up front for infrastructure improvement, and $70 million every year, and some scholarship for students, all on money. And as a pastor, I want to quote a verse. The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. That's what the Bible says. And if we are going to have a casino, we'll lose a lot of damage to the people, to the city, a lot of destruction to the family and individuals. And it won't be bring any good name to the city of Garden Grove. And the loss will be exceed the gain. The evil will exceed the good the casino is going to bring to the city. And some people, this is a choice. But we forget that if temptation is brought close to us, it's easiest for us to fall into it. And we bring casino to the city, we bring the temptation close to the people. And another point I want to bring out is the outcome of the casino is the fear it brings to the people. And that fear has shown in these meetings. These people come in here because they fear, the fear of the casino is going to be built in the city. And that values more than $100 million given to the city. So I think the council is elected to do good for the city, for its people. The council is not elected to make money for the city alone on the expenses of the well-being of these people. And if the council vote for a casino, and I don't think the council is going to bring any good to the people, and the people would raise their voice, and they may take another step to have a recall of those who vote for the casino, who was not going to bring good to the city. Instead, bringing good will bring bad to the city and the people of our city. So I hope and recommend and hope that the city will vote no, and this is the last time we have to talk about this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chuvo. Chuvo on Bouchard Street in Westminster. Van Lee, Oma Place. Hu Pham and Hazel in Costa Mesa.
Mr. Stein, do you have a card? Do you have a card in here?
Good evening. My name is Hui Pham. I live in Costa Mesa. I'm not a citizen of Garden Grove, but I came here this evening to speak up because my voice of conscience will not allow me if I stay home tonight. I want to speak on behalf of our children and the children of next generation. My profession is educator. I'm now the Dean of Counseling at Orange Coast College. I serve 25,000 students, 25 counselors working under me, and many other staff. I want to tell you a story of a young man who came to my office. I looked at his transcript, and it was on D and F and W. And I asked him, what happened to your education? He started crying, and he said that I have a very bad habit. So I said, what kind of habit? He said, I'm a gambler addiction. I know that it is a very bad habit, but I cannot stop it by myself. I need help. I listened to him, and right away I called our student health center so I can give him some help to be able to continue with his education. When we talk about education, or when we talk about how to help the young people to become a good person, we talk about prevention and intervention. We need to prevent the bad thing that happened to us before we can do any intervention. But right now, if you are bringing the casino into the city of Garden Grove, you create a bad working, learning environment for the people in Garden Grove. You're not only preventing it, you're inviting it. How could you invite a bad kind of working environment to your good people of city of Garden Grove and the people of Orange County? Before I start, I would like to tell you a story of the wise man. Once upon a time, there was a wise man who lived up in the Himalaya mountains. He was so wise that everybody come up to see him from all over the world. The president of different country, the kings of different country, all come up to see him to seek for his advice. On the bottom of the mountain, there was also a young man who was very arrogant. And watching all the men who came up to see the wise man every day, he asking himself, what kind of wisdom does this man have? Why did people come up to see him every day? I have to find something to trick him so that someday he's going to be not wise anymore, because I know that he cannot give me the answer. So one beautiful morning, he left his home and come up to see the wise man. Along with him, he carried a little cage, and in that there's a beautiful little bird that he carried with him. So when he came up to the wise man, he has his hand behind his back, and he looked at the wise man, and he asked, wise man, tell me if this bird is dead or alive. The wise man looked at the young man for a moment, and he said, young boy, if I tell you that the bird is alive, you're going to squeeze your hand and kill the bird. But if I tell you that the bird is already dead, you're going to open your hands and let the bird fly up to the sky. So therefore, the power is in your hand tonight. And I'm telling you, I'm here, like many of the people here, because of our consciousness of what's going to happen to the next generation. We are not talking about the generation that we are here. We are here. We're strong enough to defend for ourselves. I am strong enough to defend for myself. I will not go to the casino, even it's next to my house. Many of you may not make that choice. But if the casino is here for the future, our children will make that choice and will come. So the power is in your hands, and I hope that you will make that choice with your power, and it's going to be the good choice. So thank you very much for giving me a chance.
My win.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, City Councilman. You see what I'm holding on my hand. And I'm here to express my concern about building a casino in the city of Garden Grove. I'm not a resident of Garden Grove. I live in Anaheim. However, casino does not hurt only one city. It will hurt as many cities. So that's why I'm here. And for whatever I want to express, other people prior to me already did. So I don't have to repeat it. But I like to let people know, and all of you know, that gamble is not a habit. It's a disease, and it cannot be cured. That has been studied and proven by medical specialists. And one of my family members has become a victim until today. She's jobless, moneyless, no money. She's 48 years old, nothing. She even sold out her daughter's last pair of jeans to go for gamble. That's how gamble is. That's the destruction of that. And for those who think that we're not well educated about gamble, please think again before they will pay the price as we did. So I'm here tonight to urge you, please consider and vote no. No casino in city of Garden Grove, neither in other city, neither in Orange County. And the decision that you're going to make tonight, that vote no, that will lead the people of Orange County and other city, thank you today and forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Reverend Kai Huan Mai.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. I am Reverend Kai Huan Mai, also called Michael Huan. I'm director of the Vietnamese Catholic Center of the Diocese of Orange. I'm also the president of the Vietnamese Interfaith Council in the United States. You have heard many times from many thousands of people want to say no to casino. I don't need to repeat that. I don't need to say the reason why. But you are invited to serve the goodness, the welfare of the people. And I believe that you happy to do that, to serve for the goodness, the welfare of the people. So we trust that today you make good judgment to make decision for the goodness and the welfare of the people of Garden Grove and Orange County. They are your people and they are our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Pierce.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I'd just like to defer and just send you guys a letter.
Okay.
It has to do with, what I wanted to say has to do with the charter and how to get marketed.
Okay. David Wakefield.
Mayor Dalton, council members, I'm just here to tell you that I am opposed to a casino in the city of Garden Grove, a bedroom community. That's my personal opinion. Whatever you decide after this is up to you, but I know where some of you stand on this issue, and I am totally opposed to it, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to cut this short by about 24 minutes. Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Lynn Nguyen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bill Dalton and members of the City Council. I have 2 points to present to you tonight. But before that, it's almost bedtime. So I'd like to entertain you with a bedtime story that I do not want to tell my grandchildren later on about a city and a casino. The city has no term limit because that city has only a casino and a council member and a city council with no population. And they live happily ever after. My first point that I want to let you know is no matter how long that we need to be here, we will be here. Number 2, we have presented our points to you many, many times, many reasons that we oppose. We strongly oppose the casino here in the city of Garden Grove. Tonight, we demand a yes or no from the City Council, and those of you who are in the other 2 rooms and in this room, if they agree with me that we will keep silent and we wait for you to tell us. Please raise your hand. People who want to agree with me that we will sit down and listen to your answer tonight, please raise your hand. You have seen the people will, and we will be back to our seat and wait for your answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Quinn Wynn? Okay, Quinn Wynn.
It's a long day, long night, as usual. My name is Quinn Nguyen, and I would like to make it simple, because I know that you have a long day, and so do we. I have been here last 2 times. On the first sessions, I came here to oppose the casino proposal, along with another approximately about 500 people, I guess. If I remember right, on that night, only one person who pro for the proposal, with the reason, only one reason, that he hoped that if the casino over here, he can find a job. That's 1 out of 500 people who pro for the casino. On the second night, I came back here, and after listening to the opinion from own people on first night and also on that night, the second night, I came up here with my belief, if you remember. What I believe is, I believe that you heard enough the opinion of the own people. And I also believe that not just only 2 council members, Bruce Botwater and Dina Nguyen, but all 5 of you will say no to casino proposal. That's what I believe. I came back here tonight for waiting and hope. I've been waiting for your decision and hope that whatever decision you make will be what I believe. And again, why I believe that you will say no to casino proposal. Tonight before I come up here, one gentleman come up here, he pro for the casino proposal. He said it's okay to have casino in Garden Grove City over here, and let people make their own choice of whether being addicted or not. Well, if that's true, should we allow people to sell drugs in this city and let people make their choice to be addicted or not? I doubt it. I don't know how it's so difficult for you to make decision. To me, very simple. If I cannot go home and encourage my wife, my kid, my relative to go to casino to help them make money so they can have money to pay for the city, if I cannot encourage them to do that, I would say no to casino. It's just simple. And besides, you work for the people, and you only hurrying up what people wish. Please make decision, the wise decision. Say no to casino proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close oral communications and recess the city council. What? Okay, okay, David, come on up.
Card making.
Yeah, no, we have one already. It's okay. He had asked at the break if he could speak, so that's
You
fair.
can fill out a card like everybody else.
He's got one in there. We know who he is. It's fair. Come on.
Make him fill out a card.
Yeah, I already have. Thank you. My presentation tonight is based on my life here in Garden Grove. I moved into Garden Grove in 1964. That puts me over 44 years in this beautiful city. When I moved over to Hampton Avenue, my backyard was orange groves. Then came the trailer court. Then came the tearing down of the trailer court and moving out senior citizens to places they may not have wanted to go. But they had to go because Garden Grove threatened them with takeover. They were going to build an entertainment center there, movie theaters, etc. And that fell flat on its behind because the investor decided he didn't want to play that game. He no longer was interested, and he felt Disneyland interfered too much, and the city interfered too much. The city, Main Street, and all those other shopping centers. So the city of Garden Grove and its council, the mayor and its council decided, hey, we got somebody interested in putting up some hotels. We'll have 3 hotels. Yeah, they're ready to go, but we have to hand them a bone. The bone was, we're going to give them the bed tax back for the next 10 years. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. But we're going to give them back the bed tax, and we're going to give them a special price on this land. And meanwhile, I still lived on Hampton Avenue, putting up with the dust, the redevelopment. For over a year and a half, the street that I live on, the asphalt cracked because the crane was moving material to build the hotels. The sledgehammers rammed. The dust came. The noise. Finally, the hotels are in. I paid $14,750 for my house. That was my net payment. Over 30 years, I paid $80,000 at a 5.5% interest. The Vietnamese people moved into Garden Grove, the boat people, and they were given special provisions. 1% business loans, 3% home loans. Did my children have that opportunity? No way. No way. We still had to go with the 7.5% and 8.5% because that's what real estate was going for then. So they couldn't buy homes. They had to move to Riverside, Homeland, Hemet,
drive 40 miles and 70 miles to a place of work. Did my Vietnamese brothers and sisters who live in Garden Grove have to do that? I don't know. I don't think so. They had a tooth fairy, somebody that gave them. Now, today, Garden Grove's in the tank. We are overdrawn on the amount of expenses we have to pay, the bills we have to pay. I don't know how we're going to pay them. And I don't think you really know how we're going to pay them if we don't come up with some other means of revenue. We need revenue to pay the bills. We borrowed, I forget how many $1 million, and we put up collateral land that we didn't even own was given to us. This is pretty serious. Back in 1964, my water bill for 2 months was $9. $9. My water bill and trash bill right now is over $160 every 2 months. Is that fair? I don't think so. Now I have another added bill, my sewer. Well, they just did a new trick. Instead of just charging me for 2 months, now they charge me for 3 months. They want advance revenue. I'm trying to finish this up, Mayor.
Make it quick, okay, please.
We talk about our religious organizations and how they are against gambling. How many of these churches and ministries handle bingo every Tuesday or whatever to bring in revenue for the church? That's gambling.
Please. Okay, you got about 30 seconds.
Okay. Internet cafes, remember that? Where we had these people that wanted to rent out time on the computer. And what happened? It overworked our police department. They had to go over there to shut down the drug people.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close oral communications at this time, and I'm going to recess the city council and go to the agency.
Okay, we're going to go. Well, we have no oral communications. We have got past that, thank heavens. Consent items, none. Public hearings, none. So we got items for consideration. Now, the item that we have for consideration, you might want to listen to me. The item we have for consideration is presentation of developer's proposal for the 35-acre site. Now, we're going to take a look at 4 different proposals. The casino is going to be one of them. And all night long, I've looked at signs that said no casino in Garden Grove. There will be no votes. Well, I guess it could be. But the truth of the matter is, if there's a yes vote for something besides the casino, that is a no vote for the casino. So that may be a little hard to understand, but we're going to try and pick, we might not pick any of them, but we're going to try and pick 1 out of 4 developments to go in on that site. And so we'll go ahead with the presentation now, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it would be appropriate, Mr. Mayor, to also have the City Council hear this jointly.
Okay, I'll reconvene the council and we'll jointly with the agency.
Okay. And at this time, I'd like Greg Blodgett to make the presentation on the 4 proposals.
Members of the agency and City Council, tonight we have for consideration the proposals for International West RFP, which I'll go through a brief presentation of the RFP. Oh, there we go. The location of the RFP is Harbor Boulevard and Garden Grove Boulevard, which is International West. So this site that we're talking about tonight is located, it's called the Central Hub, and it's located right off of Garden Grove Boulevard.
May I interrupt for a second? We have in front of us a screen that shows the presentation you're making. I don't know if that's what's being shown on the monitors.
Okay, there we go, there we go.
I wanted to make sure it's shown to the people who are watching at home also.
Yes, and also we're using initials here, so try to not use initials once in a while so people know what we're talking about. What is an RFP?
Sure. The RFP that we're talking about tonight is a request for proposal, and it's a
proposal that developers have submitted to the agency and city for consideration tonight. The first proposal was made by Vision Maker, and that team is made up of Disney and Universal executives. And Vision Maker has proposed 4 possible development solutions for this site. First one is Epicenter, which is a Times Square concept. The second one is a Central Park scenario, which has a town square and piazza. The third one is E-City, which is an edgier alternative to Disney. And the fourth is Harbor Walk, which is a highly themed, family-orientated fun zone. Second proposal is the Gabrielino Tongva Tribe proposal. And this is a picture of a rendering of what the proposal would look like, including a hotel that you see in the background. Their proposal is to build 2,500 to 7,500 slot machines, 2 resort hotels branded as a Four Seasons or Ritz or Fairmont hotel, a 10,000-seat auditorium, which would be for sporting events, and 10 to 14 upscale restaurants. Under their proposal, the tribe would pay the city 5% of a net win on the slot machines and gaming component, which is approximately $78.3 million annually to the city. In addition, they would pay the city $100 million up front for infrastructure improvements. They would pay for the land, the fair market value of the land, whatever the cost is to assemble the site. And the total revenue for this proposal is $124 million annually to the city. A third proposal is McQuinney proposal. McQuinney was instrumental in the pioneer of International West and built the first hotels, the Hilton, Hampton, Homewood Suites hotels, and also the restaurants, which are Buca, Red Robin, Outback, and Joe's Crab Shack. McQuinney proposal proposes 1,200 hotel rooms with a 4 to 6 acre indoor-outdoor water park amenity for the hotel guests, as you see in this photo. In addition, 30,000 to 80,000 square foot of meeting space, 120,000 square feet of retail, dining, and entertainment. And this total revenue off of this project, which is the hotel tax, sales tax, and property tax, equate to $11.5 million annually. Fourth proposal is from Park 8 Place LP. They're proposing a 30-story high-rise hotel with a 20-story luxury condominium, as you see in this photo. Also, they're proposing a 20-story retirement tower, 15-story medical building, and 300,000 square foot of retail space and a 5-acre resort pool. Agency staff, senior staff, put together evaluation criteria and has ranked these proposals based on the following: 20 points for development team, 25 points for financial resources, 30 points for development concept, and 35 points for the business terms. Staff recommends agencies select McQuinney as the developer for the 25 acres, which is shown in the yellow on your screen, and then reserve 13 acres, 13.5 acres for future development, as shown in red, which could be future hotel development. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. Do we have any questions for staff?
I have one.
Please go ahead.
Out of the 4 companies that submitted proposals, how many have done work in Garden Grove, and how many, do we have a track record or familiarity with?
Just the one, just the McQuinney Group has done work in Garden Grove.
Any other questions for staff?
The Vision Maker guys, those are the former Disney Imagineering guys, whatever, right? Have they ever actually developed anything from start to finish on their own? I mean, in the proposal, it kind of looked like they've been around a bunch of stuff, or they've consulted or had a, not that they don't know what they're doing, but have they actually acted as a developer on doing this?
No, not actually development. They've been instrumental in master plans and designs of major projects.
Any other questions for staff?
Assuming we pick somebody tonight, that's just the first step. We still have to negotiate the numbers with them to see if their proposals are feasible, and to see if it pencils out for the city, right?
That's correct.
And thus far, the McWhinney proposal and the Vision Makers proposal, they, in terms of what they're going to spend, they have a zero value for the land to be obtained?
That was a proposal, yes.
Okay. And the casino proposal would have the casino pay the fair market value of the land to acquire the land?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, is there any comments that you'd like to make to the public? Whatever you say, how you feel? Why don't we start with Dean? Ladies first.
I wanted to wait to listen to all of you. Okay. I've heard a lot the last 3 weeks, and I know there are groups that are interested in having the casino in Garden Grove. And my question is, when some of the people come up to speak, do you realize that I have two things before me, accepting a casino in Garden Grove and accepting the people who are proposing the casino in Garden Grove? So I wonder if that some of those people have done their own homework regarding the people who have proposed a casino in Garden Grove. I won't go into much details into that out of courtesy. I will tell you that I have due diligence to the citizen of Garden Grove to make informed decisions, and I have done my homework, and I'm not satisfied with the proposal, the proposing party for the casino. As far as the people who are opposed to the casino, I have a few comments, and it relates to the comment that Mr. Carlo Calavetta made. And he said that drug and prostitution is not alleged as part of the casino business plan. Well, of course, the plan is not going to say that's part of the business plan. They are an indirect, unintentional, and inevitable effect on this community. One thing is definite about this proposal. The money is not free. The money is going into casino are that could be spent on our restaurants, on our retail businesses, on our real estates, and big and small businesses in Garden Grove. The individual income of Garden Grove residents doesn't grow just because the casino comes into the city. We're trying to do a job balancing out the budget, and so far within the last two annual budget reports, we're doing okay. We don't have a deficit. And for me, personally, the morale is wrong to support the idea that one group of citizens will feed on another group's addiction, just like drug addiction. We don't allow another group to feed on that addiction. And casino, addiction and gambling is just the same for me. And I've worked for the court for 18 years, mainly in the criminal department. And you could only imagine the number of cases that come before the court that initiated from gambling addiction. And I'm living proof of that. I'll tell you the statistic if you say you haven't seen it. Just sit in the court all day long and you will see something like that. And you know, when the casino comes into play, you'll have, like people say, you heard it over and over again, that you'll have people owing money, gangs will come into the city. Well, it's different nowadays. We have organized crimes in the city. And the organized crime brings prostitutions, organized prostitutions. You won't see the person like the lady described earlier out in the street. They're organized. And the more organized they are, the harder they are to catch. That's a burden on our city police department. And crime does not know race. When you bring these gangsters in there, when I worked in the court, the people who were addicted to drugs were mostly Caucasian defendants. And the people selling drugs were mostly of other race by percentage. So when you bring these people in there, they're going to organize this. And you think you can just say, okay, I'm not addicted, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. But these addicted gamblers will bring instruments that will fulfill the other addictions. Please see the correlation in that and the relation in that. And the lady who wanted entertainment in Garden Grove, I think if she looked for a casino entertainment, we have plenty around. And we have the tribal casino in different areas. And there's a reason why they're way out there and not in the middle of an urban city. There's definitely a reason. The revenue, we can find other ways to do it. We made dues 50 years already. The people came here, no matter when you came here, as a refugee, or if your grandparents were refugee. This is the ideal America dream, is to make it in America. And I see that this new community is making it. And I also see the Hispanic community making it. I see less and less people going to social services as years ago. The proposal only give us a chance to open other things to come into the city that we have to deal with. Yes, it looks very good. The money is very good, but as I explained, the money has to come from our own pockets. And if we spend money on the casino, like I said, we can't spend money on the other parts of the city. And so it's kind of like a shuffling of the money. It doesn't grow. The money just shuffles around. So who gets the money? Is it going to be the city? Well, the citizens live in the city. Are you saying it's okay for citizens to lose money, for city to gain money? The city is responsible for all the citizens in Garden Grove. And we need to keep Garden Grove a family-oriented city. Mark Lee said that. And I remember also there were other obstacles when they brought it up back in August of 2005. This is not a new issue to Garden Grove. It's been going on for the last 4 years. It got a little delayed because the city was being investigated. But it was brought back up in 2005. And at that time, Mark Lee opposed it. Janet Nguyen opposed it. But they failed because there were 3 other votes that wanted to promote that. Just the staff talking to talking to groups that want to propose a casino. And as far as the money of Garden Grove, thanks to the concerted effort of the former mayor Bruce Broadwater, and now continue with the mayor Bill Dalton, they were under their directions. The city council made several deals that now are returning taxes to us. And that's the reason why we're having the surplus the last 2 annual budget. If we go at that pace and continue what we do, I don't see us getting worse. I could only see us getting better. And for that reason, I'm going to vote the way I vote tonight. And I want to thank everybody who came and voiced their opinion and pro and cons against the casino, because it made a difference to me. And I hope what I explained today will give you comfort in knowing that when I vote, I really had to study this issue and looked at all the surrounding circumstances. Thank you.
All right. I just want to start by saying I appreciate everybody that's come out tonight and over the last few weeks to take the time out of their own personal lives to come voice their opinions on this matter. I mean, it shows compassion for the city and for a cause they believe to be very important. I know that there's been so much emphasis on this casino issue, and so I just want to take one step away from that and put this back into perspective. At core, we have a plot of land in Garden Grove near Harbor and Garden Grove Boulevard, which is up for consideration. The casino proposal is one of 4 different competing proposals. What I think is kind of a shame here is that there's been so much emphasis on that and not even any discussion over the other proposals. There's a group that jumped in late to the game, and maybe staff didn't have quite enough time to truly review this, but had a proposal with very futuristic looking towers and high-rise structures and medical complexes and all these things. There's another group that is, for all practical purposes, probably a pretty competent group composed of former executives with Disney's Imagineering department and so forth that have been involved in projects all over the world with very high visibility, highly themed entertainment type projects. Didn't look like they spent the time to really get involved and come up with site plans and so forth. There was kind of just a lot of general knowledge about them. So unfortunately, that's one that we couldn't take a little more seriously if they would have put the time and effort into stepping up to the table. And then beyond that, we have a proposal from McWhinney, Chad McWhinney. This is a guy who's done projects in the city before, helped master plan some of the hotels that did go in Harbor and Chapman. That there's a lot of rhetoric about it, but the bottom line is those hotels are generating about $13 million a year worth of revenue to the city now. Started out a little slow because they came online right about the time of September 11, but there was a lot of vision and a lot of guts that brought those projects about in the first place, and they are doing wonderfully for the city now. Chad is he's a competent developer. He's doing a lot bigger things than he started out doing in Garden Grove, now in Colorado and other places. He's came back. I know he has a strong interest in Garden Grove. Our staff likes him. They know how to work with him, and that's what they're recommending, is that we go with Chad McWhinney on this site. What he's proposing is a 1,200-room hotel complex with a themed water park, partial indoor-outdoor themed water park, high-end retail uses, restaurants, this sort of thing. This is a fabulous fit for Garden Grove to take advantage of the externalities created by the Disneyland theme park being so close. I think it's a wonderful proposal. It's a bird in hand. I think we'd be crazy to let something like that slip away. So I, for one, am going to support staff's recommendation to go with Chad McWhinney on this site.
I guess I'm next. Okay. It's really interesting about the casino, because this had been something that we were dealing with a few years ago. And I remember the night that we voted to cease all talks about a casino. One thing stuck in my mind. A woman came up and stood at the podium and said, "I don't know if you really should build a casino in Garden Grove or not, but if you do, the Mesa Verde Indians," and that was the tribe at the time, "really shouldn't have it. I'm from the Juanino Indians, and I think our people should have it." And I thought about that, and I thought, is that a prediction of things to come? If we get to a point somewhere, who's going to be fighting, saying that's my Indian land? I mean, this could be something, if it got to that point, that would tie things up in years, and in court for years, and possibly not even allow us to develop the land. And another thing, too, that at the time, from the governor's office, the information we were given was, if you want a casino in Garden Grove, it may be possible, if the land is able to be transferred, if Disneyland and the surrounding cities that surround Garden Grove and the Board of Supervisors agree to it. Well, personally, I really don't think we should have to account to any of them. I don't think they should control our future. I think it's up to us. And what's happened here and happened a few meetings past is people that are living in a community and outside the community that have an interest are helping to try and form what our future is. You know, saying we don't like it, we don't want it, and here's why. I had mentioned to staff not too long ago, I think that if we were going to go any further, we shouldn't do anything but contact the governor's office and find out if everything he said a couple of years ago was still in place. Because it's foolish to jump through any hoops. It's foolish to spend any more money on something that even if you wanted it, you might not be able to have. One of the attractive things, and I'm not sure about the numbers, but, you know, people talk about us going with an idea. Well, when we do generate revenue, it's not more money in our pocket. I mean, what we're looking at, elected officials don't like to raise taxes. You know, we've raised a water tax, and nobody really liked it. The sewers. I was in New York not too long ago, and I was in Times Square. I was a block and a half away from where a steam pipe blew. It killed 2 or 3 people, but those pipes were 80 years old. In fact, I cut the article out, and I was going to bring it and read it one of these nights, and I just didn't. But I thought, you know, everybody complains when we raise the tax for the sewers, but yet this stuff is forgotten all along until a tragedy or until a serious break occurs. So, you know, it's easy for elected officials to look and say, okay, how can we come up with a source that can generate enough money that we don't have to increase taxes, we don't have to raise fees, and we can do all the things that you want to do. Every one of us up here would love to have Garden Grove be the best city anywhere, and it takes money. And so we're always thinking about ideas, and we have people that bring ideas to us, and we want to look at them. We want to analyze them. We may not end up going with them. You know, as was pointed out, there's some talk right now about the McWhinney project, and that's the one that the staff recommended. We're far from, if they're chosen, we're far from that being a completed project. We haven't discussed terms. Some people want the land given to them. Attractive thing with the tribe was that they're paying top dollar. But then what you have to do is you have to look at, okay, how does it affect my community? I don't think, now this you may not agree with, I don't think the drugs and prostitution as serious as people talk about. I don't think it occurs. There is some of it, I'm sure. If you'd asked me that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have said, you bet. I think it's changed a lot because I think a lot of the casinos don't want those kinds of problems. Now, that's not necessarily a reason to say, okay, I want the casino. I'm just saying, I mean, my background's law enforcement. I can tell you, you know, what was going on Harbor Boulevard. I arrested probably most of the hookers on there when I was a cop. But I don't think that is in and of itself enough. But it's something to consider. What you have to do is you have to weigh, okay, fine. If they pay $125 million for the land, that's pretty good. Over here, we may give the land away. Well, we're starting at minus 125 already. But then what is the next step, and what do we want? Do we look at it and say, okay, fine, we may recoup our money over X number of years? We have to be concerned with that because we're the ones that are accountable. Whenever somebody stands up there, we may not give them an answer right then, like I said tonight earlier because of the dialogue thing, but we still have to answer to the people. We still have to say, this is why we made the decisions we made. And some people said, look, make a decision tonight. We're tired of coming back. Well, you know, that's true. Of course, you know, we do it every 2 weeks. We're back. And we have different situations that come up where the casino is the biggest issue right now, and that's why we have the largest crowd. But next council meeting or the one after, it may be another thing. So we're facing different people and different issues, but we still have to take all that into consideration. I think in looking at it, the casino, I don't think it would ever occur. And I've said that many times. People have asked me, are you for it or are you against it? And I've always said, you know, I want to consider everything. But I have always said, I don't think you'll ever see one in the city of Garden Grove. And there's a number of reasons why. But that's my personal opinion. But then I have to put the hat on, the mayor's hat again, and say, okay, let's look at the projects that are presented to us. And again, weighing all the things that we've talked about. And, you know, whether there's 5% or 1% drugs and prostitution, it's too much. Could there be some? I certainly will not argue, you know, with Dina over that, because she might be right. What we see normally is so many of these casinos that they don't want those kind of problems, and they really try to police against them. But that doesn't say there isn't a certain amount that still does occur. But what else does it do to the community? Well, we're talking, I mean, traffic is a big issue. Just look at the people that are coming and going to it. And there are other problems. The services, the sewers, the streets, all these kinds of things. Our goal is try to come up with projects that generate revenue, and that's part of what we do. Generate revenue so you don't have to pay it all, but also are compatible with the community. And, you know, we're kind of, in a way, like Sherman marching through Georgia or wherever. You know, we're kind of going down.
Georgia.
Okay. I knew that would get a rise out of them. But, you know, we have to look at what do we want to do on Harbor Boulevard. Yeah, Atlanta, I know. Okay, but anyway, but we have to look at all those kinds of things. And sometimes we make a decision, and decisions most of the time are never popular. But if you make it in good faith and you believe in what you're doing, I think it's the right decision. You consider all the factors. And like I said, one thing that has always stuck in my mind when that woman stood up there and said, you know, whether you need it or not, I don't know, but if it's not Mesa Verde, it should be the Juaninos. Well, I don't know if it should be this tribe. I don't know if this tribe were given the project, would somebody else come along and say, hey, we're from such and such tribe, and we have ancestors that were buried there, and that should be our land, or we're next on the list. I really don't know. But I think that in reviewing the 4 projects, and again, that's why I had asked staff, I mean, who do we have experience with in these projects? And Chad McWhinney and his group, we have a lot of experience. And I've criticized some of the things that have been done in the past, too. But, you know, sometimes you pay the price for a few years, and then you start reaping the benefits. And then it does help your community. So all those people, I guess, that asked me, are you going to support a casino or not? I think my answer is I'm going to support the McWhinney project, and I think that says it all.
Okay. Well, to start off with, I'm going to vote for the McWhinney project, 25 acres. The McWhinney group, we've negotiated with them before. As the staff report said, they did the hotels at Harbor and Chapman. They're ready to start negotiating tomorrow. And they don't have any legal hurdles to get there. The casino has a lot of legal hurdles. There's a question as to whether you have to be federally recognized. There are questions about what kind of state legislation is needed. There's a question about the governor. And we would have to wait until a lot of those questions are answered before we could start negotiating. Now, having said that, I want to point out a few things. I disagree with Dina. I agree with Steve and Bill, and I agree with Charles Mitchell on his comments tonight. And I want to get into that because I tend to be more confrontational than my colleagues. I was when the city recognized the flag, the yellow flag with the 3 red stripes. I was the one who wrote that ordinance recognizing that flag, and I caught a lot of flack from a lot of Caucasians in our city. So it's, you know, the wheel turns. Nobody's coming to Garden Grove, whether it's a casino or it's this project, the McWhinney project, because they expect the citizens of Garden Grove to shell out their money. They're not coming here because they like me or they like Matt or they like any of you. They're coming here because of Disneyland. And that's the huge advantage to the McWhinney project. That's the huge advantage to the casino. They expect tourists to go to the casino and pay money and get the entertainment. If they had to rely on the citizens of Garden Grove, they wouldn't open. So this idea that they're coming here to drain our residents is just nonsense. We, you know, this is the United States of America. We are a free country. We believe in freedom for our citizens. We believe in the First Amendment. We believe in the right of everybody who spoke tonight to speak tonight. We believe in the right of newspapers who don't espouse popular views to continue publishing without harassment. And we believe in the right of people, as Mr. Mitchell said it, to have separation of church and state so that churches don't dictate what people can do in this country. Now, it has turned 180 degrees from the way it was a little less than 50 years ago. Back in 1960, President Kennedy, John Kennedy, was running for president to be the first Catholic to be president of the United States. And back then, the fear was that he would have too many ties to his religion. And so he went in September of 1960, 2 months before the election, he went to a group of Protestant ministers and gave a speech in which he vowed that as president he would not follow the dictates of his church. And I want to read just briefly from that speech. And I'm not adding any words here. This is the way he gave it. Quote, "I do not speak for my church on public matters, and the church does not speak for me. Whatever issue may come before me as president, if I should be elected, on birth control, divorce, censorship, gambling, or any other subject, I will make my decision in accordance with these views, in accordance with what my conscience tells me to be in the national interest, and without regard to outside religious pressure or dictate. And no power or threat of punishment could cause me to decide otherwise." Unquote. I represent 175,000 people in Garden Grove, and I'm going to make my decision based on what's best for 175,000 people, not whatever group happens to pack the council meeting on the night we make a vote. I want to make that clear. My decision to support McWhinney is not based on the fact that a narrow group of a constituency packed the chambers tonight or 2 weeks ago or 2 weeks before that. And by the way, you're not going to be the biggest group we're going to have. When the Walmart matter comes before this council, I expect we're going to have 2 or 3 times as many people to talk about Walmart. And I'm not going to be swayed by whichever group has the most people at that meeting either. But I wanted to make that point so that nobody misunderstands where I stand on this. I'm supporting the McWhinney proposal because it is the proposal that we can move forward on. It's hopefully, if the negotiations turn out, it will be a good proposal for the city. And that's the sole basis upon which I'm supporting the McWhinney proposal.
35 years ago, my wife and I went out. We were dating, and we went out every Friday night. And after a while, she says to me, asked me if I had another girlfriend other than her. And I said, "Why do you ask that question?" She says, "Well, we never go out on Saturday night." So I had to break the news to her that I played poker on Saturday night. I love playing poker. I don't play it anymore. I think I made a little compact with my grandson that I wouldn't do that anymore. But the truth of the matter is, I don't think I was ever addicted. I come and go. I love playing. I love taking money away from the mayor.
My wallet's gone.
But I do understand people that are addicted to things. I do understand people that are addicted to gambling. I don't believe that this casino is going to do any more damage to them than they could do to themselves. I believe a person that's addicted to gambling is going to find gambling. If he has to drive to the City of Commerce to play poker in the City of Commerce or to play blackjack in the City of Commerce, that person's going to do it. If he wants to play the ponies in Cerritos, Cyprus, he's going to do it. I believe if we put this up to a vote of the people in the City of Garden Grove, they would turn down a gambling casino. Actually, we saw that happen in Cyprus. They wanted to put in a card parlor at the horse race track, and they were already gambling. Horse races is gambling, and the citizens of Cyprus actually voted it down. I mean, you would have had to drive through Los Alamitos to get into the facility, not through Cypress. And so it wouldn't have really been touching their city other than they would have been generating the revenues. The city of Cypress still turned it down. The voters turned it down. Stanton, if there was ever a city that needed a casino, Stanton needed it. They turned it down. So I do believe if we turned it over to the voters in the city of Garden Grove, they would turn it down also. I really have hard knocks thinking about putting a casino on Harbor Boulevard. I agree with the people that spoke about prostitution and drugs. It was there. There were the motels were there to house the prostitutes. There was a huge apartment complex that was just full of drug dealings. There were all-night restaurants that went on all the time. We couldn't put enough police out there generated constantly to get rid of the problem. The way we got rid of that problem was changing the makeup of the street. And that was actually our first consideration, was what can we do to change that problem? And that's when this hotel idea came up. I heard several people say, why don't you do shopping centers? Well, we don't make those decisions. I mean, shopping centers are something that somebody that builds shopping centers has to come to us and say, we want a shopping center in Garden Grove. They have chosen not to do that. Time and time again, we have talked to them, consulted them, gone to conventions. We do not have the ability to get another shopping center because other cities already did that. The city fathers of Westminster, I mean, the current politicians over there should get down on their hands and knees once a year or something and pray to those politicians because they were smart enough to put in the Westminster Mall. It was a great thing. They took all kinds of chances. People said, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And yet they did it anyway. And it's been like a slot machine for them ever since. I don't think I would have voted for a gambling casino on Harbor Boulevard in any way, shape, or form. I'm too proud of what we did there, and I don't want to take the chance of it coming back. I agree with Dina about the prostitution, and they bring in the girls from other states and everything else, and they string them loose on the streets. And the next thing you know, we're trying to out-arrest them, and they're dodging us and everything else. I just don't think I want to see that happen. I think the McQuinney group, I worked with the McQuinney group. I think they do a fine job. I think they're honest people. They actually, of the 6 hotels that we built at Harbor and Chapman, actually it was 7 or 8 of them if you count everything else we did. But they did a better job. They did it in a timely manner. They moved it along, had it go. This water park they're talking about is phenomenal. They're building them all over the East Coast. It's an inside water park, so it makes it a tourist attraction all year long. And it is a family tourist attraction. It is getting the children out there. Mr. Rosen was in Hawaii a couple weeks ago, and he stayed at a hotel with a water park, and he had a hard time getting his kids on the beach because they were playing inside in the water park. So I just think it's a phenomenal opportunity. I think we need to take advantage of it. I would like to mention a couple of things. Dr. Robert Lee Tran Trong. What a great guy. I mean, the Vietnamese community ought to be proud of him. He was the one person of all the people that come up here and said, thank you, America, for letting me be here. He said it. He was the only person that said it. Everybody else wanted to spank us. But he's the one that come up here and said it. I really thought, you know, I mean, there was a Dr. Long Pham. He said he was going to recall me. I was much more thrilled with Dr. Robert Lee Tran Trong, you know. I mean, just another person said something that really I got to talk about. Garden Grove is in the tank. What a bunch of baloney. That is so much nonsense made up, figment of that person's imagination. Garden Grove's doing better than they've ever done, and they're going to keep on doing better than they've ever done. I don't need you speaking. You've had your opportunity, sir. Now be quiet while I'm talking. It's my turn.
Whoa. Come on. Okay, go ahead and finish. Shut everybody up, so go ahead and finish.
I know, but you're supposed to hand me that gavel. I'm supposed to be running this meeting right now. So anyway.
It's joint. We're both open.
Oh, it's joint. Okay. I'm glad you stepped in and took care of that.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we proceed with the McQuinney proposal, and if I can get a second for
I'll
that.
second that.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. Now remember, a yes vote on this is a no vote for the casino.
The motion received 5 yes votes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay. Well,
Go ahead and take 5.
put your lights on again.
Oh, Bruce, you got to put the lights on again. Vote again. Just,
Photo op. Photo op.
Okay. Okay, get the light. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all your support. And John, thank you on behalf of all Vietnamese.
You got to pay at least.
you were waiting to see what happened then. Go ahead and come over here and give you a...
Keep talking while I'm talking.
No, I did not. I did not. Other people.
Well, you know, Mr. Brockwater, we don't thank enough America. We thank America by working hard and building our society.
Oh, well, we're going to lay low for a while, that's for sure.
You're right. That's a very good point.
Okay.
You are correct. It doesn't make a dime. It doesn't mean bringing one.
Didn't there a direction need to say and reserve now?
Right.
Need to say and reserve whatever acres. Yada, yada. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. That's how it was stated.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Well, you are so welcome. It's my job. I'm glad that it reached a resolution. People, I know, people can now stay home and rest.
I'm not eating yet.
I know.
Yeah, morning 5 and still now.
I know.
Yeah. After work and I have another meeting for remember people died in 911 in the Mantress Memorial Day. Memorial 911.
You had a big day.
Yeah, but I'm still stay there for like with people because all of us.
I know.
We share the, you
That's
know.
right. It's very good that you came and supported what you believe. I think that's very good. That's the good thing about America.
Thank you very much. I think my daughter.
Okay, and as far as the council, we're still active, or well, we'll reconvene. And consent items, I think, is next.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and it's recommended that items 6A through 6I be acted on simultaneously unless a separate discussion or action is requested by a council member.
Does anyone want to pull any?
I'll move approval.
Okay, a motion. Second, call for the vote.
Councilmember Broadwater? Motion received 5 yes votes.
Okay, public hearings.
I think it was scratched.
Mr. Mayor, you received information from the appellant that they have resolved the issues involving this property and have pulled the appeal.
Okay.
The 7B is a public hearing to consider the 2007 Drinking Water Public Health Goal Report, and Rich Mathis is here to give a brief staff report on this.
All right. We're waiting.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, we have before us tonight the issue of City Garden Grove's water quality, and I'm here to report that our water quality is fine, but due to requirements of the public health goal report and maximum containment level goals, which are non-enforceable, we have to report these to the public, and we hold a public hearing to do that. And so my recommendation is to hold a public hearing, receive comment, and then approve the 2007 Public Health Goal Report as submitted.
Okay, any questions for staff? Hearing none, I'll open a public hearing. Anyone like to speak on this issue? Close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the issue.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion second. Call for the vote.
Motion received 5 yes votes.
Items for consideration.
9A is purchase of fleet vehicles, police vehicles, and Keith Jones can give a brief staff report on this as well.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, annually we replace vehicles in police inventory that have reached their useful life, and we're at that point again to do that. We are going to use the City of LA's purchasing agreement and piggyback on that. So it's our recommendation that we approve participation in the Los Angeles County bid and authorize the finance director to issue a purchase order in the amount of $292,633.32 to Wondries Fleet Group for the purchase of 12 new police vehicles.
Any questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Have a motion second. Call for the vote.
You know, that's really a good deal. That's $24,000 a car.
Yeah, but they're 1986 Pontiacs.
Well, you know, it says Wondries there, and I read that real quick, and I thought Woody's, and I said, why are we buying Woody's for the police department? You know?
That's true.
Okay, 9B was already handled. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, ordinances for
Yeah,
second reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and that's ordinance number 2716 for second reading. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove adopting a negative declaration and approving plan unit development number PUD 117-07, changing the zoning designation from R3 multifamily residential to plan unit development number PUD 117-07.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
I have a motion second. Call for the vote.
Motion received 5 yes votes.
Okay, Mr. Broadwater.
Oh, I want to pull that. We don't need it any longer. We solved that problem.
Okay, then let's see if anybody has anything. Mr. Broadwater.
Yeah, I got a couple of things. I'd like to check up, and I asked Mr. Jones to sit back down again, and the reason was the lady that talks about that sewer system at the corner of Century and Garden Grove Boulevard. Are we doing anything about that?
Mr. Mayor, I have to report that we've been working since that time with the Orange County Sanitary District to dose that area. Also, we found some problems with the line itself out there with a dysfunctional gas flap, as we would call it. That's been replaced. I've been by there several times, and the odor seems to have subsided to where I can't smell it. But we will continue to monitor that area, and we have received good cooperation from Orange County Sanitary District. They're just as concerned about it as we are.
Very good report. Okay, one other thing I want to bring up is the red light coming off, let's see, if you were going east on the 22 freeway and the red light at Brookhurst Street, every weekend starts blinking red. I don't know whether they got it set that way to drive me nuts or what, but it does that. And I really think we need to call Caltrans. I think they're the ones involved in it. Or maybe it's the
OCTA?
OCTA that's got that light.
Caltrans would have jurisdiction over the signal.
You know, it's been like 2 weekends. I know exactly
Oh,
what you're talking
no,
about.
it's been 4 or 5 weekends.
So it's not just something that's occurred. And I don't know if they're intentionally turning it or if they have problems in it.
It's not during the week. It's on the weekend.
Right.
And I think, well, they're thinking, ha, 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 nobody's working on it. You know, we'll do this till on the weekend. Because it really backs up north and south traffic both ways. You can get off the freeway pretty well, but, boy, you can't get on it. I mean, it takes some time to do it. So it
Maybe
really needs to be looked at.
Maybe you guys should just stop next time you come to a red light.
Okay, anything else? It's too late.
Put him on the council, you know. He told me one day that he loves substitute vote motions. So,
Go ahead. Anything else?
no, I got it.
Okay,
I
Mr.
want to say happy anniversary to you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Rosen.
Susan Emery still here?
She was.
Should be.
Break.
Well, I want to ask her some questions, but let me do a couple of other things first.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say to my semi-adopted daughter, Irene Oropeza, happy sweet 16th birthday. On our Go Local money, this is money we get from OCTA, $100,000 to connect with the Amtrak system or the Metrolink system. And we voted several months ago to use that money in conjunction with Huntington Beach to develop some sort of a rail system along the Hoover Street rail. But that required the cooperation of Westminster, which is in the middle between Huntington Beach and Garden Grove, and Westminster hasn't seen fit to approve that. And in the meantime, we've had some talks with Santa Ana about linking to their Metrolink station and using the PE right-of-way. So I'd like to agendize for our next meeting switching the proposal on our Go Local money away from the Huntington Beach proposal to the to joint venturing with Santa Ana on that. As I mentioned at the last council meeting, and as some people mentioned tonight, I had discussed fireworks. The person was here whose house burned down, and I had always said that, you know, I'd reconsider fireworks when somebody's house burned down. And so, not quite that callous. But, I mean, the fireworks people are amazing. You know, they jump all over you because you don't agree with them, and then when you move slightly toward their position, they jump all over you for flip-flopping.
I can't believe that guy tonight.
So,
got what he wanted and didn't like it anyway.
I'm never going to make them happy, and everything I said about the mob tonight applies to them also. But anyway, I think we ought to agendize it to discuss putting fireworks on some ballot.
We're going to get a lot of people in when we do that. And I don't have any problem with doing it. I'd probably vote for it myself. But is there any chance that we could set that off maybe a couple of months until we get rid of Walmart, until we get rid of a couple of other major issues?
Well, I was thinking our next meeting, we're done with the casino, and Walmart is still off in the future. So I don't know that there's anything controversial at our next meeting.
Well, I would think that we do have a big
Got one
controversial issue coming up.
Controversial item? Oh, the charter.
Yes.
All right, well, let's find a meeting where there's nothing controversial, and we'll agendize fireworks.
You're going to get pro fireworks and anti fireworks people here by the dregs.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking of putting the fireworks question on the February ballot, and then McDonald shot off his mouth about, you know, we ought to put it on the ballot at a time when it's only going to cost us $4,000, and he had the November 2006 election confused with the February 2007 election, and anything we put on February of 2007 is going to be in six figures, and he had a figure of $4,000 for November, so maybe we'll put it on the November 2008 election if anyone else wants to put it on the ballot. But yeah, we can put that off for a few meetings. Okay, now, I wanted Susan here because I want to talk about Jack's Bistro, which is a restaurant on Valley View. I received a call from the proprietor today who is concerned that she's getting, and she couldn't quite define it, but apparently she is having problems with her CUP.
There's an action, I think.
Okay.
There's something taking place.
There has been some calls for service, I think from the police department, for entertainment she's been doing without a CUP. And there was an office hearing. There was an office hearing she had with staff to encourage her to become in compliance with the current CUP, which is just for alcohol, not for entertainment. And if she wanted to add entertainment, she needs to apply for a new CUP.
Okay, she told me that they told her she had to get a PUD, which didn't make any sense.
Well, in order for her to in order to allow the entertainment, it's not currently allowed in the PUD, so the PUD would have to be amended. So in addition
Well,
to
that
a new
property is
CUP,
part of a PUD already.
That industrial area is
Oh,
part
yeah,
of a
this is in the
PUD.
Bridge Creek area on
Right.
Valley View?
It's a PUD that doesn't allow for the entertainment use. So the PUD would have to be amended, and then she'd have to have a CUP for that use.
PDQ.
Okay.
What was the name of that before it was a bistro? That
Maxwell's.
Maxwell.
Yeah.
Well, that was
And I thought
Delaney's.
and I thought the owner was a guy named Shar, the former football player guy.
Well,
Is that different?
It's his ex-wife.
ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good.
Never mind.
So
Well, I'd like to sit down with you and with the proprietor. She has an event coming up next month, and it's going to be a huge problem for her. And it's not live entertainment; it's a DJ, which I don't know if that's live entertainment or not. But I'd like to see what we can do.
we might want to bring the police department. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Because they're the ones who really express concerns because of the calls for service. I think the planning staff's just advising her, here's the process.
Now, I have a lot more notes, but I don't want to discuss them in public.
Okay.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to get your attention about.
You can go put the kids to bed now.
Okay.
And happy
We're gonna put me to
anniversary
bed.
to
Thank
you
you.
and Sandy.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen? No, we always go this way and then come back to me.
System.
Seniority.
Yes.
Oh, well, then I'm not
Although
saying
actually, I violate it when I allow Mr. Broadwater to go first because he's the new guy on the council, and you've been here a lot longer. But
Oh,
Although he was
no,
on the council when I
continuous,
got here.
continuous.
I thought you meant
We
age
go by
wise.
age.
He sets up his own little rules.
That's for this week. 2 weeks, I'll change them. Go ahead.
Okay. Last week we had so many people here, and I overlooked asking the manager because last meeting. Because the meeting before that, I asked staff if they could look into Mr. Latua's situation to see if the city have any type of program that would help someone like that.
Yeah, we did.
We did a manager's memo in the last week manager memo.
Yeah, there's some information as to what we may want to do.
Okay. Did you want to put that on into effect? Do you need a vote from the council?
My understanding of the manager's memo was that the funds that could be used, this is to repair his home.
To help him in any way during this time, he could use any help. Even, he probably wouldn't care if it's little or any help.
We researched our federal grants programs that we administer, like through the NICC Commission, and none of those programs would have been eligible. But we looked at assisting him similar to the flood victims back from the early 90s, and I think we used redevelopment monies for that.
Okay.
So we've had a program in the past, and we thought if if the council's interested and wanted to help, and maybe we could use that source of funding. And that's what's in the manager's memo.
Yeah, why don't you look into it?
Okay. They've already looked into it.
Yeah, I think, yeah, what we could try to do, see if we could format in such a way to list it on the 25th.
Okay.
If you want to approve some sort of a program that would allow you to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Then skate park. Now that the students are in school, and we mentioned, I think it was Kim Wai. She said was going to do a survey. So can we remind staff to do a survey for the skate park?
We haven't forgotten about it. We're just trying to get through a few things first.
Yes, I understand.
So we'll pick one of those quieter meetings and bring it back.
Okay. I think that's about it. And I want to say happy anniversary.
Thank you.
To you and Sandy.
Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, happy anniversary. How many years?
Thank you. 46. Wow. I was married when I was 3.
You look 46.
No, thank you.
I do have one thing, and I talked to staff.
Oh, now that you asked, you don't have anything. I'm sorry, you're done. No, go ahead.
I started talking to staff about this a little bit earlier this week, and I've already committed the mayor to signing a letter, so I should tell him about what this is about, but I don't think he'll have a problem with it. Costco in our city, if you're a member of Costco, they have kind of a national contract deal if you want to buy a new car.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to Costco and you say, I want to buy a new car, they have like a pre-negotiated sort of national pricing contract for Costco members that allows you to get a discount on buying a new car without all the haggling, that sort of thing. You kind of define the specs of what car you're looking for, and they place you into it. Turns out, this was brought to my attention with regard to our Toyota dealership, and Ray Daniels, who runs that dealership, is if you go to Costco, to our Costco, and you buy a Toyota, the sale actually goes to Toyota of Anaheim. He said conservatively it's probably 40 units a month times 25,000 a vehicle. Play that out, $12 million a year, or maybe $120,000 worth of tax revenue that the city should be getting that's going to Anaheim for some reason unbeknownst to me. I don't know what leverage we have or what we could possibly do to kind of sweet talk them or leverage them or whatever to say that Garden Grove Costco sales should go to Garden Grove dealership. Plus, our Toyota dealership has the highest customer satisfaction index rating of all the ones in the area, anyways, and is perfectly capable of handling the business. So,
the sad
staff
part
looking into it. At minimum, I told them we'd get a letter because Ray is putting in kind of an RFP sort of a proposal to it. So I said, for a minimum, we'll do a letter supporting it, coming from with the mayor's signature on it.
Yeah.
But if there's anything more we can do to try and say, look, this
Back to parking.
something, yeah.
Well, basically the sad part about it is where the car is delivered is where the taxes are paid on it. And we had the same thing with ABC Bus on Garden Grove Boulevard. When they first come in here, it was like picking up a car dealership. I mean, they were selling those buses like hotcakes, but they were delivering them in Las Vegas because there's no taxes on them in Las Vegas. And so that all went down the tubes, and we couldn't convince them to change. So I wish you good luck on this.
Are they
Still trying to understand how it works.
Yeah, do you know? I mean, do they go in there and purchase, and then do they actually pick it up in Anaheim at a dealership there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You actually get contacted by basically what's like the fleet sales department of Toyota of Anaheim, and they say your car's here, here's the deal.
Okay.
You go over there and sign the paperwork.
Does Anaheim have a Costco?
Don't know.
I can't think of one.
I don't know.
The decision, by the way, I understand is made by a regional Costco guy out of L.A., 818 area. I was thinking, because our Costco is not just a Costco, it's also their regional headquarters in that same building. And I was thinking maybe that's a decision that's made out of Garden Grove as well, and we have some sort of influence there. But apparently there's a regional guy that's up in 818 somehow that sort of sends us out to different dealerships, and then Toyota it sounds like nationally sort of backs off the issue and lets the local dealers kind of fight it out. Legally, technically, a dealership is not supposed to encroach into another dealer's territory. So, if you went to our Costco and there's, any kind of banners that say, yeah, Toyota of Anaheim, that shouldn't be happening in a Garden Grove dealer's territory. And I don't know if it does or not. I don't know how it plays out. But
We'll spend some more time.
But Toyota, I think, kind of turns their eye to it to say, well, we're getting the sales one way or another, whoever's fighting it out for it. So I think they let their dealers fight it out a little bit to some extent. But so it's a Costco decision as opposed to a Toyota decision, which dealership it goes to. And beyond that, it's just one dealer against the other trying to submit RFPs. So I don't know how we bolster up our guy to be more competitive, or
He'd have to lower his prices. Maybe that's what they compete on.
Okay, anything else?
That's all.
Okay, a couple of things I wanted to talk to the city manager. As you know, we've been talking about graffiti, and we're just getting killed with it. Not just Garden Grove, all the surrounding cities or everything. And I want to have you contact Public Works and the police department just to put together a plan. And I think both of them together, knowing who they have working it, and a comprehensive plan to address the problem. They can look at a few things. I know we have occasional paint outs with citizens and all, but I mean, we should be looking at this for monthly or even weekly if possible. And I'd like them to check any model ordinances that any other cities have. There's been a turnover over there. Somebody retired, and they had some of the information that I had requested before, as far as with the district attorney's office, if we could set terms of probation, having the family, the parents, if it's a minor, get out and paint themselves, a fine and all that type of thing. And I did give them some information as far as cameras, so I want to have them look into the effectiveness of the cameras being used in this. And I think we've had a couple of citizens call us recently that we're having trouble or not even able to locate not only our graffiti hotline, but the reward system that we were paying for people that were turning in someone who was doing it. And I think that kind of fell through the cracks a little bit. But I'd like to give you a month or so. I know they're busy, and to see how it goes. If it looks like you can't do it in a month, I mean, we can extend it a little bit. But I'd like them to get some information, not only that, but come up with some ideas as far as really aggressively tackling this, because it's just getting worse, and every time you see it, it's a pain. And there's some corners, like Big Ron's over. It seems like, he gets hit almost every week. And maybe there are some cameras that are effective or some way. We really don't have the manpower to have people sit necessarily on these types of things. But I'd like you to, let them know that I want them to be as innovative as possible.
Okay.
And the other thing is I want to adjourn the meeting in honor of George Allen, who was a traffic engineer for the city. I think, everybody here knew him. A lot of people in the audience knew him, too. He passed away on September 2nd. A nearly 50-year veteran in his field, George served the city of Garden Grove for 13 years. He furthered the distinction of Garden Grove's traffic infrastructure by spearheading several innovative projects, such as the first red light cameras in Orange County. Besides his many contributions to our city, George was a dedicated community supporter, a respected mentor, and a treasured friend to the city family. And we send our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and professional colleagues. And some of you in the audience knew George and worked on committees with him. And he was a hardworking guy. He was a fun guy. And he got the job done, and better than anybody else could do it, too. So we will adjourn the meeting in his honor. Thank you.
Hey, Sarah.
Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Been doing like I taught you. Love the new tattoo, Sarah.
Dude, that's Sarah. The girl in the pink shirt. That's the girl I was telling you about.
Theater 2 on your left. Hey, Sarah. What color underwear today?
Hey, Sarah. So when are you going to post something new?
Anything you post online, anyone can see. So think before you post.
Coming up, an Orange County father mourns the loss of his daughter, a victim of the 9/11 terrorist attack.
Plus, Orange County firefighters remember their fallen FDNY comrades at a special ceremony in Santa Ana.
And the Orange County Sheriff's Department dedicates a new training facility amid some controversy. Those stories, plus the latest in your local sports.
It's all starting right here, right now, on This Week in Garden Grove.
Serving our community with news, information, and sports coverage. This Week in Garden Grove. With your anchors, Skylar Charisma, Ryan Ojima, and your entire This Week in Garden Grove news team. And now, Channel 3 News.
This week marks the 6th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Hello and thanks for joining us. I'm Brian Ojima.
And I'm Skylar Charisma. There were many ceremonies in Orange County honoring those that lost their lives on September 11th, 2001. We begin our coverage in Santa Ana. The sounds of bagpipes and drums fill the air in front of the Orange County Fire Family Monument. People came to remember the men and women who lost their lives 6 years ago Tuesday at the Pentagon, in a Pennsylvania field, and the Twin Towers.
September 11, 2001, when we lost 343 firefighters. And firefighters all over the world felt that loss.
Today's ceremony also pays tribute to the Orange County firefighters who passed away in the last year. A single bell rings as each name is called. Tears are shed while loved ones gently place a red rose around the monument.
It just honors all the firefighters and police officers that were killed in the line of duty, and then like my husband that was not killed in the line of duty, but they just represent the department so well.
I think it's always hard to deal with. It doesn't matter. There's no time frame to it, whether it was 6 years ago, 10 years ago, or last month.
That's especially true when it comes to Monsignor John Salmon, the man who was very instrumental in bringing the monument and this ceremony to life.
He was always there for everybody in the fire service. He'd call you to check on you, make sure you're okay. Good times, bad times, he was there.
And Chief Kanabe says he, like the thousands of people who lost their lives, will never be forgotten.
On the 6th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, William Rodriguez will be at Ground Zero, representing the victims and showing his courage, just as he did 6 years ago on that tragic morning. September 11th, 2001. It's a day William Rodriguez will never forget. A janitor at the World Trade Center, Rodriguez is believed to be the last man to exit the towers alive that morning.
You never forget it. I live it every day. I never stop thinking about it. I'm going around the world basically to talk about the victims because I was chosen by fate to do this.
Declared a hero for saving numerous lives, Rodriguez re-entered the World Trade Center 3 times after the first North Tower impact. Rodriguez was one of 5 people who had a master key to open doors in the stairwell of the towers.
And this is the master key. It's called the Key of Hope. Here we have a symbol of hope for hundreds of people.
Rodriguez was recently in Los Angeles to talk about his harrowing experience, where he recounted how he heard and felt explosions rock the basement of the North Tower just seconds before the jetliner struck the top floors.
The North Tower and the South Tower connected through the basement. When I went to pick up the phone, bah, another explosion. And the building shook, because remember, the building was designed to oscillate. But it oscillated so much that you could hear the walls cracking.
Rodriguez testified in front of the 9/11 Commission, but says his testimony was left out of the 9/11 report. He's now calling for a new investigation into the events of 9/11 and a memorial to honor the victims.
6 years after 9/11, we have nothing on Ground Zero because they have politicized the area just to recover the real estate instead of concentrating on a decent, respectful, and dignified memorial for the victims. And that's all we want, and we don't have it.
From one man who made it to a family whose daughter is never coming home, reporter Valerie Townsell has the story.
The chimes ring above the final resting place of Lisa Frost. Her father talks about the heartbreaking day of Lisa's death 6 years ago.
I turned it on just in time to see Lisa's plane go into the building live on TV and had no idea she was on it.
Lisa was flying back home to see her parents in Orange County after graduating from Boston University. At 22, she had big plans to start her career and move with her best friend to San Francisco. But the 9/11 attacks kept her from her dream. Lisa's dad continues her effort to build strong communities by living her legacy of community service.
If you make your community a better place, then the world will be a better place, and Al-Qaeda can't survive in a world like that.
Every month, Lisa's dad picks up food from the Community Action Partnership in Garden Grove that he delivers to needy families.
These families are working families who just need a helping hand, and that's just what Lisa would do.
Lisa Frost was one of 70 Californians to be killed in the 9/11 terrorist attacks, and one of 25 students to be killed from Boston University. Lisa's enthusiasm for life and school left behind such a legacy at Boston University that the School of Hospitality has dedicated a student lounge in her name. Web messages are still exchanged about Lisa, and her buttons are still being worn.
There's no getting over it. You just learn to live with it.
This is Valerie Townsell reporting.
Fear and outrage after the 9/11 attacks put many Muslim Americans in an unwanted spotlight. Channel 3's Allison Ash spoke to a young Muslim woman who was in high school on that fateful day.
23-year-old Anand Abul Nazar says the 9/11 attacks didn't shake her faith in Islam, but they did rattle her nerves.
We were just in, a state of shock as what had just happened. And it was even more saddening as a Muslim to realize that it was someone of my faith group.
Abul Nazar was a senior at Ocean View High. She remembers hearing about hate crimes against fellow Muslims, but says school was a safe haven for her in the tough times that followed 9/11.
I still kept my veil on, and my teachers were very respectful of me. It was just a matter of all of us dialoguing together, whether we were Muslim or not Muslim, consoling one another and knowing that it was a tragedy and we have to stay strong together.
Since 9/11, Abul Nazar says more people are reaching out to learn about Muslims. Events like the Open Mosque held last month allow people of other faiths to understand Islam and to discover it's a religion that embraces peace, not acts of terrorism.
There's been growth in understanding what Islam stands for and growth in, separating the word terrorism from the word Islam. But the real tests come when acts occur and, again, fear and suspicion are erupted.
To keep that from happening, this young woman not only prays for peace, she feels responsible to set a good example of what a Muslim is and remind people her religion didn't attack the Twin Towers. Criminals did. This is Allison Ash reporting.
Thank you, Allison. The terrorist attacks also ushered in a series of military responses. Reporter Gaston Castellanos has more on an unlikely anti-war figure who predicted the current situation in Iraq.
These anti-war demonstrators became a familiar sight in the spring of 2003. The Bush administration had received the go-ahead from Congress to invade Iraq to protect the United States from Saddam Hussein and his weapons of mass destruction. But before the first shots were even fired, former Marine Captain Scott Ritter, the chief UN weapons inspector in Iraq from 1991 to 1998, was speaking out against the war and his fellow Republicans.
There simply are no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. No one has made the case for these weapons. Therefore, I don't want to hear the president say that 250,000 Americans are prepared to give their lives to defend me from a threat that doesn't exist.
Ritter spoke to a packed house at Chapman University in March 2003. He accused the administration of outright deception in making the case for regime change in Iraq as a way to usher in a new era of democracy in the Middle East. Many analysts agree that strategy has failed.
No, the Bush administration doesn't have a plan, and that's one of the major problems with this endeavor.
Ritter even predicted Saddam's immediate defeat, but warned the occupation could turn into a quagmire.
Even if we emerge victorious militarily, this will have consequences down the road in terms of the occupation and what follows on, and that we could find ourselves in a quagmire that will last decades.
This is Gus Castellanos reporting.
Thanks, Gus. This week, Army General David Petraeus, commander of coalition's forces, testified before a congressional committee that military goals are being met in Iraq.
Well, coming up, we'll have more of your local news.
Stay with us.
This Week in Garden Grove, sponsored by 24 Hour Fitness. The best locations, equipment, and staff. Face it, your 24-hour life demands 24-hour fitness.
Once you post your image online, you can't take it back. Anyone can see it. Family, friends, anyone. Remember, think before you post.
Welcome back. Tuesday, September 11th also marks the grand opening of the Orange County Sheriff's Training Academy in Tustin. Over 500 people, including Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez and Orange County Sheriff Mike Corona, were on hand to welcome in the new center. But there is some controversy surrounding the new facility. Critics say the center was built using bond money that was approved by voters for a new math and science building at Santa Ana College. Supporters of the center disagree.
Well, I just want to tell those people and put it on the record that this is an important asset for Orange County and really for all of our nation.
The $30 million academy will be jointly operated by the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Santa Ana College.
It was a somber night in the city of Westminster as a police memorial was unveiled to friends and families of two fallen officers. A bronze memorial sculpture now sits in Civic Center Plaza. It's a tribute to Officer Stephen Phillips and Lieutenant Ron Weber, who died within 6 months of each other, sending shockwaves through the department and their families.
We can only hope and pray that Ron and Steve will be the last names placed on this memorial, and other families will not have to experience the loss that both of our families live with every day. Thank you so very much. It means the world to us.
Officers in the department raised nearly $150,000 to build the memorial, which many say reaffirms their commitment to serving the public.
Garden Grove police are on the hunt for a pair of thieves disguised as sheriff deputies. Police say around 4:45 on Friday afternoon, a male and female imposter tried approaching a man walking on Harbor Boulevard. The man recognized them from a television news story for posing as sheriff deputies last week and immediately called police.
It's very important, like I say, to be a good witness at that time, and just to understand that although it worked out for this victim today to run, you have to be careful with that because these people are dangerous, and usually cooperation is the best plan.
The suspects are described as Hispanic, both in their early 30s with brown hair and brown eyes. They were last seen wearing green baseball caps and green polo shirts that read sheriff on them. If you have any information on this case, you're urged to call the Garden Grove Police at 714-741-5872.
Well, when we come back, a new morning show hits Orange County.
Details on that plus these straight ahead. Children stricken with cancer and their families get a day away from the hospital courtesy of the nonprofit group Wishland.
Plus, Garden Grove's cultural diversity takes center stage at the annual Arab American Festival. We'll take you there.
And Garden Grove League teams kick off the season with some great gridiron wins. We'll have plenty of highlights plus a preview of the Santiago Cavaliers coming up in sports.
Medium. Daddy, I have it.
Uh-huh.
Daddy, I saved it.
All right, very good. Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
Do I have enough?
For what?
For your time.
Spend some time with your child at the Day for Kids at the Boys and Girls Club of Garden Grove. Call 714-532-7940 for more information.
Thanks for staying with us. Garden Grove is a city known not only for its diversity, but for its festivals, too. Over the weekend, the Arab American Festival took over the Village Green, filling it with lots of food and lots of fun. But the majority of the entertainment came from this group, the Syed Music and Dance Company. They've been participating in this festival since it moved to Garden Grove 12 years ago.
The whole idea of this festival and the whole idea of me participating in this festival to show the young generation what's Arab countries about, what's their grandfathers about, what the custom, the music.
We're such a model city for everyone. We do things in a big way, and it gets bigger and better, and people come and they copy from us, which is the most sincere form of flattery.
The celebrations carried on long into the evening, but there was a cooling off period. And that's when the event's MC, Haitham Bundakji, paid tribute to Steve LaFond, a liaison officer in the Garden Grove Police Department who lost his life to cancer late last year.
Steve LaFond was colorblind. When he looked at anyone, he saw a good person. He never looked at anyone any other way. And we all have learned a lot and still have a lot to learn from him and his memory.
When you turn your TV on, there are hundreds of channels to choose from. But if you're looking for news and information about Orange County, it's slim pickings. But as Allison Ash shows us, that's all about to change.
Coming up on Daybreak OC, we admire the Stanley Cup, the best trophy in sports.
It's the dawn of a new day for Orange County news. KDOC this week begins broadcasting Daybreak OC, a weekday morning news and information program that focuses on the home of more than 3 million viewers, Orange County.
We're tied in with the Orange County Register in a very groundbreaking partnership that allows us to use all of their news gathering apparatus to cover Orange County.
Miles of cable and millions of dollars worth of state-of-the-art high-definition TV equipment is installed in the same studio that once was home to OCN, the 24-hour Orange County news operation that went belly up 6 years ago. Ellis says OCN bit off more than it could chew. The news operation didn't have the distribution that KDOC has, and
the news that they covered was too long, and it was boring. Quite frankly, because they had too much time to fill.
Daybreak OC is 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, and the people running the show say it won't be boring.
Daybreak OC may be the one and only morning newscast in Orange County, but it's not the only game in town. Another Orange County news channel will debut next month.
It's called the OC Channel, a 24-hour news, information, and lifestyle channel being launched by PBS station KOCE and its partner, Chapman University.
This is going to be a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more cutting edge, more hip than what you're used to seeing on PBS.
It's being called the next generation of PBS, with traffic, weather, and news crawls on the screen surrounding original programming. KOCE's general manager says Orange County has lived in the shadow of Los Angeles television for too long.
We've got a whole different world here.
This is Allison Ash reporting.
Thanks, Allison. Well, we've all heard the song When You Wish Upon a Star, but how about wishing on a butterfly? Valerie Townsell explains.
Secrets told to butterflies are supposed to carry the wishes to heaven, but some butterflies had no interest in flying away. This is part of a fundraiser for Wishland, an organization that Lauren Cotis founded after losing her own daughter to leukemia.
We help them to have fun, get them out of their world of hospitals and doctors, and also to help them with essential needs.
Like phone and medical bills. Wishland also uses the money to grant wish trips for seriously ill children like Michael Radcliffe. His wish?
To go on a cruise ship to the Bahamas.
Having been cancer-free for almost a year, Michael is able to give courage to other kids who get diagnosed with a serious illness.
It sucks, but you have to go through it because and when it's over, it's good.
Wishland unites sick children's families with other families who understand the emotional toll it takes on everyone.
This kid's fighting for his life. He has cancer.
He doesn't choose to be like this. He doesn't want to be like this. This is what it is.
The $10 entrance fee allows attendees to experience fire engines, rock climbing, giant insects, animal rides, and a petting zoo. Families and volunteers at today's event think it pays to give sick kids a fighting chance.
We love Wishland!
This is Valerie Townsell reporting from Fountain Valley.
Thanks, Valerie. For more information on the organization, just visit wishland.org.
Well, stick around because sports is coming up next.
But first, take a look at this week's community calendar. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Have we got some sports for you? Brian, I have a feeling you're going to be winded after this, so I'm going to let you go.
I think so. I've been working out to get in preparation for this.
Exactly.
You know, start of high school football last week, every team out there trying to start the season with a victory.
That's right.
Guy Gardner has led Pacifica High School to a league title in each of his 4 seasons as head coach. The Mariners looking for their 2nd straight Empire League title. Pacifica taking on Long Beach Wilson. Tyler Ortiz out with his shoulder injury. Picked this one up early in the 4th. Pacifica down 20-14. But the Mariners making a comeback right here. Raymond Weezer going to roll out. And he's going to hit Jared Solomon right there. And he's going to break free. Down the sideline he goes. And he's off to the races inside the 10-yard line right there. And then Weezer going to take the snap. And he's going to roll to his right here. And he's going to get down to the 2-yard line. Mariners going to score a few plays later. Extra point, no good. So we're tied at 20. Then on the kickoff, Pacifica going to kick it right to Jamari Roberts. And you know what, folks? That's a mistake. 94 yards on the touchdown. This guy runs like a 100-yard dash in like 5 seconds. It would have taken me like a minute. Bruins regain the lead 27-20, but Pacifica makes another comeback. Weezer coming up right here, going to roll out. And he's going to hit Nick Mahler. The play action was money, and he's going to take it inside the 30-yard line. That's going to set up Josh Brannon's 7-yard touchdown run. So it's decision time for Pacifica. Do they go for the tie or do they go for the win? They go for the 2-point conversion and the victory. Weezer right here with your game winner. Pacifica wins in dramatic fashion, 28-27.
Yeah, it's great to start off 1-0. 0-1 doesn't sound right. For next week, it'll give us great confidence going into Fountain Valley.
I wanted to go for it. I just didn't know what play I wanted to call. So naturally, we called scramble left and score. I didn't call that. It was a broken play. We set something else up, and Ray did a nice job of going in the end zone.
Bolsa Grande hosted Estancia. The students with all the right moves in the stands, and you know what? They had all the right moves on the field. Second quarter, no score. Estancia's Michael Morley dropping back and hitting Min Pham. But you know what? Min plays for the other team. That's a bad thing. He returns it 68 yards for the touchdown. Extra point, no good. 6-0. Bolsa. Move to the 4th, game tied at 6, and the cheerleaders all pumped up. But Jesus Segovia gives Bolsa the lead again right here. Then Bolsa puts the game away. Jesus Esparza with the pick right there. Bolsa wins their season opener 13-6.
We did good. We tried our hardest, and we tried very hard, and we took the game.
Rancho taking on Costa Mesa. Skylar and I do this before every show. It makes us have a good day. The Vaqueros playing some defense early on. Antoine Bird getting stopped for a loss right there. Then with time running out in the first half, Jason Willis going to hit Trevor Collier for the 11-yard touchdown. Rancho takes a 6-0 lead at the break. Third quarter, Octavio Flores, he's having a bad hair day. But you know what? He gets a 7-yard touchdown right there. Rancho shuts out Costa Mesa 26-0. La Quinta High School hosting Laguna Beach right here. Aztecs down 31-8 in the 4th. But George Martinez, he's going to drop back right here. He's going to air it out deep. And Eddie Martinez more open than a 7-11 right there. 50 yards on the touchdown as La Quinta pulls within 15. The Aztecs weren't done. Nathan Doe, he's got game, folks. 3 yards for the touchdown right here. But that's as close as La Quinta would get. 31-22, the final. Los Amigos taking on Huntington Beach. Lobos down by 28 in the fourth, but Ricardo Tapia cuts the deficit to 22. Extra point, no good. Then later in the fourth, Fidel Mendoza. He's got game 2. 4 yards for the touchdown right here, but it's not enough. Los Amigos falls 35-20. Garden Grove taking on Westminster. Argos all pumped up for this one, but some bad news before the game. Tyler Madrid re-injures an injury right here, and he didn't play. That definitely hurt the Argos as the Lions' Steven Marquez scores 3 touchdowns on the night. Lions go on to win big, 45-14. Well, Santiago High School loses their season opener to Bishop Diego 21-6. Now, the last time the Cavs won a playoff game, I was just 2 years old, which means Skylar wasn't even born. That being said, though, the players believe this is the year they will break that streak.
1, 2, 3, yeah!
Santiago High School hasn't won a league title since 1978. In fact, their last playoff victory came that very same year. That's why every player on this year's team shares the same goal, to make it back to the playoffs and break that streak.
This year we're stronger, we're faster, and we have no character issues in the team. Everybody has one goal. We have no individualism.
If everything goes well and we stay healthy, I think we'll get over that hump.
Santiago was outmuscled in many of the games last year. It's just one of the reasons why the Cavs struggled to a 2-3 finish in league play.
Last year, the thing was a wake-up call. We went to a lineman tournament last year, and we were the weakest team there, and we were like sad after that. So then we just picked it up, and this year I think we're probably the strongest team in the league right now.
The Cavs went through some offensive struggles last season after implementing a new offense. But with a year of experience under the new system, expect a much more balanced attack this year.
Everybody has great timing on it. Everybody seems to flow well with the new offense, the plays, the timing is great and everything.
The Cavs had trouble closing out opponents, losing 3 games in the final minutes last season. But operating under a new defensive system should help them be one of the league's more aggressive defenses.
It's a tough defense to block. Nobody we've seen in our conference uses this defense, so it's a little bit different, and the thing I like about it is we're all using our proper techniques now.
It's a team defense, and if one person doesn't do their job, the whole thing's messed. So this year we have a great bond. You do your job. Our theme is know your role and do your job, and you do that. You take care of the system will take care of you.
Santiago will go for their first win of the season when they host Laguna Beach on September 14th. And a very, very busy first week of the opening football season.
Yeah.
Well, all right, folks, that's going to do it for this week's show. I'm Brian Ojima.
And I'm Skylar Charisma. We're going to go out with more from the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony.
Have a good week.